Good morning. Good morning. And welcome to our Virginia Marine Resources Commission public hearing for April 26, 2022. I'd like to call our meeting to order. My name is Justin Worrell. I'm the acting commissioner for the agency. We're going to begin this morning with our Pledge of Allegiance led by Mr. France, followed by an invocation from Mr. Tankard. If you'd please rise.
Turn to place. Flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Lord, let us pray. We ask that you give us wisdom and patience as we make decisions for the Commonwealth. Our bountiful natural resources that you have bestowed upon us are our responsibility to protect. We are grateful to the dedicated staff who have made this meeting possible. And lastly, we ask that you safeguard the lives and welfare of our brave Marine police as they uphold our laws and protect our natural resources. For this, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Please be seated. Good morning again, and welcome. If you're here to speak on any of the matters that are listed in today's agenda, you'll have the opportunity to do so. We also have a time set aside for public comment. That'll occur in a couple of hours as well. Before we get started formally, I would like to introduce our new Associate Commission member. Mr. Jeremy Spencer Headley was recently appointed by Governor Youngkin to our commission. Mr. Headley is a commercial waterman from Reedville. Mr. Headley enjoys boating and camping when he's not working out on the water and is married to his wife Erin for the past 10 years. We appreciate having you. We look forward to your participation and input. All right. I believe you all have seen well, let me check and see. Do we have any changes to today's agenda? Mr. Gear?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Owen? Mr. Stagg, any changes? Okay, okay, and we do have a quorum today. Yes, thank you. You also have today's agenda before you. Any questions about the agenda? If not, can we have a motion to approve the agenda as submitted?
I move we approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Zedron, second by Mr. France. All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair also votes aye. Any opposition? Okay, the agenda is approved. I believe you also have received the minutes from the March 2022 hearing. Are there any questions or changes to the minutes? Any changes? Okay, we can entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
I move we approve the minutes as presented.
Motion made by Mr. Zedron. Is there a second?
So moved.
Second made by Mr. Minor. All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair also votes aye. Any opposition? Okay. Mr. Headley abstains, so one abstention, Jamie. Motion is approved. All right, this time I'd like to swear in VMRC staff and staff of Virginia Institute of Marine Science who may be testifying today. Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Owen with Habitat for the page 2 items. And just want to clarify, does everyone have the commission members, do you have the page 2 items in your packet? Mine aren't here. I know what they are, but just want to make sure you do. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Headley, this should be the second page of the agenda. It's in the middle of your packet also. And Mr. Owen, if especially because Mr. Headley's here for the first time, can you review the significance and the difference of the page 1, page 2, and page 3 items today?
Absolutely. Mr. Headley, welcome.
Thank you.
With most new members, we're supposed to say a little about ourselves. It'll be quick. I've been here 33 years this November. Call me if you have questions.
Thank you.
The Habitat Management Division will be presenting to you today and in the months to follow cases that involve either full briefing, what we call our page 2 agenda, or our page 3 agenda. We have jurisdiction over wetlands, beaches and dunes, and submerged lands. The page 1 presentations, which are our full brief items, can involve any one of those or all of those, environmental areas. For subaqueous lands projects where there is an objection, we're bound by law to bring that to you. We cannot administratively act on an application over state-owned submerged land in the face of an objection. Only the commission has the authority to review those cases. When we sit as the default wetlands board or beaches and dunes board, which we're sitting today for both the city of Chesapeake and King and Queen County, that is also a full brief item because those laws require a public hearing before the default wetlands authority. Our page 3 agendas, which we also refer to as our consent agendas, or for violations of one of the programs we administer where we have agreement from the property owner for consensual civil charge. That's a process to avoid court. If we can come to that agreement, we do so. We do it based on a matrix. We've done it for a number of years now since the legislation kicked in back in the early 90s. So there's a quick rundown of what you may see from Habitat, page 1, 2, or 3. Today we have both page 1 and page 2 cases, and with the commissioner's blessings, I'll go over the page 2 cases. So these are projects that cost over $500,000, have staff support, and there's no opposition from the public following a public interest review. So we're bound to bring them before you because only you have the authority to act on a project of that magnitude. So the first one is the City of Salem, which is requesting authorization to replace the Apperson Drive Bridge over the Roanoke River with a clear span bridge that includes 5 travel lanes, a shared use path, and associated temporary work causeways and cofferdams in the City of Salem. Staff has recommended approval of the project with a standard in-stream permit conditions and a time of year restriction for in-stream work of March 15th through June 30th of any year to protect endangered Roanoke log perch. I failed to mention that our Submerged Lands Authority goes and touches Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Maryland. We cover all 97 counties of the Commonwealth under state-owned submerged lands law with 8 people. Amherst County, I had to get that in, sorry. Amherst County requests authorization to install a water intake structure with 1 millimeter mesh screens, a 24-inch intake line, a 6-inch backwash line on the James River near Trent's Landing Road in Amherst County. Staff has recommended approval of the project with the standard in-stream permit conditions, a requirement to conduct a freshwater mussel survey and relocation effort unless specifically waived in writing by the Virginia Department of Wildlife Resources, and an in-stream time of year restriction of April 15th through June 15th and August 15th through September 30th of any year to protect endangered mussel species. Item 2C, Isle of Wight County is requesting authorization to install a 12-inch water main across a 200-foot section of the Pagan River using the horizontal directional drilling method, a minimum of 10 feet beneath the substrate adjacent to North Church Street in Isle of Wight County. We recommend approval of the project with a standard condition that the permittee agree to abide by the FRACAP monitoring and response plan submitted with the application. A FRACAP plan is what are they going to do if the drilling lubricant that's under pressure fractures through the sediments and releases into the stream. Lastly, item 2D, the City of Chesapeake is requesting authorization to install a fiber optic cable and multiple high-density polyethylene conduits using the horizontal directional drill method crossing Newton Creek, Mill Dam Creek, Northwest River, Bells Mill Creek, St. Julian Creek, Bailey Creek, Goose Creek twice, Southern Branch Elizabeth River 3 times, and all of these will be a minimum of 5 feet beneath the substrate for a total encroachment of 2,316 linear feet of subaqueous crossings in the City of Chesapeake. We recommend approval of the project with a standard condition that the permittee agree to abide by the same FRACAP monitoring plan. Those are my comments, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. Are there any questions for Mr. Owen regarding the page 2 items? Any questions? This is a public hearing. Are there any people here today to speak or to address these page 2 items? Pro or con? Any speakers? Okay, hearing none.
I'm here.
Sorry, come forward.
Richard Davis, I'm here for page 2.
Come forward.
Right now? Or not now, later.
Okay.
Never been to one of these.
Okay, that's all right, that's all right. Again, any other speakers for these 4 items, 2A, 2B, 2C, or 2D? Mr. Owen just read those. Yes, please come forward. Yeah, come on up. Please identify yourself and then raise your right hand.
Yes, sir. My name is Lauren Connor. I'm with Wetland Studies and Solutions.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
Please go forward.
It's a very minor element. I just wanted to clarify that it is not a clear span bridge for the City of Salem Apperson Drive project. There is one support pier, and that pier will be, that support column will be assessed to verify the structural capabilities of that. But any structural repair would just be consistent with that one support pier. I just
Okay.
noticed.
Mr. Owen, does that change in any way the recommendation, or does it affect any concerns or issues with the time of year restriction as well?
As long as the time of year is maintained.
As long- Still okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. Any questions for the speaker representing City of Salem? Thank you very much
Thank
for
you so
clearing
much.
that up. Yes. Okay, so we have the page 2 items, all 4 recommended for approval. Entertain a motion.
Yes, I will move to approve page 2 items as presented.
Okay.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. France, second by Mr. Minor. All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair also votes aye. Any opposition? Page 2 items are approved unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, now we'll go to our, Ms. Block, do we have any need for an executive session today?
No, sir.
Thank you very much. All right, item 5, Norfolk Naval Shipyard. Morning, Mr. Woodward.
Good morning, Mr. Commissioner. Welcome, Mr. Headley. As they say around here, welcome aboard. Newport News Naval Shipyard is requesting authorization to replace an existing footbridge and security fence over Blows Creek, which is a tributary to the southern branch of the Elizabeth River in the city of Chesapeake, even though the Norfolk Naval Shipyard is in Portsmouth. My dad always got a kick out of that. But both tidal wetlands and a subaqueous bed permit are required in this case. The city of Chesapeake no longer handles the Wetlands Act, and therefore we act as the commission acts as the Wetlands Board in the city of Chesapeake. Here we are. This is the main part of the Naval Shipyard up here in Portsmouth. You go down south, this is called St. Julian Annex. This is Blows Creek, a tributary to the southern branch. And this is the new Jordan Bridge, just for reference on where we are in Hampton Roads. That's an oblique aerial photograph that shows the existing, this is actually just a footbridge. It won't support vehicular traffic, but it's a perimeter roadway around the base, in addition to a security fence that both cross Blows Creek. And there are adjacent tidal wetlands involved. The current proposal is to replace the bridge and fence in the same alignment and to clean up the shoreline and install a living shoreline consisting of properly sized riprap, clean sand fill, and wetland plantings of salt meadow hay. Go real briefly on this. These are site visits. Standing on the footbridge looking south, the southern branch is out to the left here. There's also a utility line. I don't think that's coming out, but this is the security fence you see and the footbridge. And again, these are the areas of intertidal wetland that are going to be restored and enhanced. This outer perimeter of concrete block is to remain, but is to be top dressed with properly sized, clean quarry stone riprap, and again, clean sand fill. And these areas will be brought up to grade and planted with wetland grasses. The square footage of impacts in your agenda have actually been reduced. Just recently, we received word late last week. The total impacts to jurisdictional tidal wetlands will be 4,1 4,176 square feet, not 4,925. And the total conversion of non-vegetated and vegetated wetlands to be restored is 2,641 square feet, which is less than the 3,134 square feet that's in your agenda. It's a minor change, and it was actually a reduction in impacts, so it didn't require any additional notification or comments. VIMS did go out on site with staff and members of the Shipyard design team, and we discussed and looked at the project, and their comments essentially are that the proposed project is designed to maximize opportunities for environmental impact to this highly altered area. These are design plans that have been colored up to bring out some of the highlights. Again, looking straight down on the upper photograph, to the bottom would be the Elizabeth River, Blows Creek goes in, the footbridge here, and this is the line of the fence to be replaced in the same footprint. Actually, I think the fence is moving slightly off alignment, but this is that outer wall, if you will, of concrete block that's in place, which is to remain, but to be top dressed and supported with quarry stone riprap to hold the additional clean sand fill material. And this whole area that's, I guess in your color is tan, will be converted and restored into a living shoreline tidal wetlands. And this is simply a section view drawing of the existing, of the proposed new replacement bridge. There will be a pile support in the center of the stream, and these are the existing wing walls that are in place that are to remain. In summary, the wetland impacts, as I just stated, 4,176 square feet to tidal wetlands, and 2,641 square feet of that will be conversion to non-vegetated wetlands. I'm sorry, conversion from non-vegetated wetlands and rubble to vegetated wetlands. The total subaqueous impacts, the footprint, if you will, of the bridge and the fence are 2,885 square feet. We ran the public notices required by law twice in the Virginian pilot, received no objection. I mentioned the VIMS comments, essentially no objection. Therefore, staff is recommending approval with the condition that only clean coarse sand fill material, i.e. 90%, greater than 90% coarse sand will be used for the plantings, and they'll be done in accordance with the plans and specifications submitted in the application. It's quite a lengthy document. We actually have additional updates brought forward by the applicant's agent if you need them, but they're in the record. And that's all I have. I'd be happy to answer any questions. And again, the design team is here in case I missed something.
Thank you, Mr. Woodward. Any questions for staff regarding the proposal? Any questions? Just to clarify, Jay, this requires a permit, a subaqueous permit over state-owned lands and also a tidal wetlands permit.
Correct. And the commission is acting as the wetlands board for Chesapeake.
Thank you. Is the applicant here present or represented? Would you like to add anything to the presentation?
Not unless there are questions.
Any questions for the applicant or agent? Simple enough. Thank you very much, Jay.
Thank you.
So we have a recommendation for approval for the Norfolk Naval Shipyard proposal. Is there a motion for approval?
I move to approve staff recommendations.
Motion made by Mr. Minor. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Ballard. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair also votes aye. Any opposition? Project's unanimously approved. Thank you very much. Right, item number 6, Fred Hodges. Good morning, Claire.
Good morning, Commissioner Worrell and Associate Commissioners. So today you will be hearing two wetlands cases. We decided to present them together because they are on adjacent properties and they are essentially part of the same project, which I'll clarify in just a minute. Mr. Fred Hodges is requesting authorization to install 147 linear feet of Fleximat at a 4-to-1 slope with sand fill and native wetland plantings along the York River at Old Farm Drive in King and Queen County, Virginia. And Delegate Keith Hodges is requesting authorization to install 75 linear feet of Fleximat at a 4-to-1 slope with sand fill and native wetland plantings, also along the York River in King and Queen County, and both of these projects will require VMRC wetlands permit. So this is where we are on the east side of the York River, about 5 miles south of the town of West Point. This is an aerial of the two properties. The two yellow flags represent Fred Hodges in the north and Delegate Keith Hodges in the south. Here I have both properties outlined in red. Again, Fred Hodges in the north, Delegate Hodges in the south, and the yellow highlighted area is the general project area. These are our site photos. In this photo, we are facing downstream. This is the first large scarp on Mr. Hodges' property. You can see the failed bulkhead to the right, and the return right in front of us is the property line. This is the second scarp on Mr. Hodges' property. In this photo, we're facing north, and that's the same failed bulkhead on the left. This is the scarp on Delegate Keith Hodges' property, and that is the same failed bulkhead on the left. In this photo, we're also facing north. These are the current site conditions at Mr. Fred Hodges' property. The two large scarps make up 904 square feet of non-vegetated wetlands, and there are 1,750 square feet of upland proposed to be graded down to wetland elevations. This is the plan view of the 20 by 147 foot section of Fleximat to be installed. This will be planted with 735 square feet of alterniflora, 882 square feet of patens, and the top will be planted with fescue. This is the scarp on Delegate Hodges' property. This one makes up 536 square feet of non-vegetated wetlands and has a total of 787 square feet of upland proposed to be graded down to wetland elevations. This is the plan view of the 20 by 75 foot section of the Fleximat installation, which will also be planted with native wetland plants. So to summarize, Mr. Hodges' project will impact 904 square feet of non-vegetated wetlands and will have 1,750 square feet of upland lawn graded down to wetland elevations. And per the project drawings, this will be a total gain of 1,617 square feet of tidal wetlands vegetation on site. Delegate Keith Hodges' project will impact 536 square feet of non-vegetated wetlands and have 787 square feet of upland graded down to wetland elevations, and have a total gain of 774 square feet of new tidal wetlands vegetation on site. VIMS did attend the site visits and reviewed the project. They have concerns about the stability of the Fleximat given the long fetch exposures and the higher energy environment of the project site. They also have concerns about the stem densities given the limited plantable area of the Fleximat structure. If approved by the Commission, they are recommending that a monitoring plan be provided to facilitate the review for future potential Fleximat requests. Staff is recommending approval of the project as proposed with the condition that the permittees develop and submit a monitoring plan annually for a minimum of 3 years that should include the percent of vegetated cover, an estimate of the benthic macrofauna, and the general stability and performance of the installation. And with that, I'd be glad to take any questions. The agent is also here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Gorman. Any questions for staff? Yes, Mr. France.
Yeah, this damage to the seawall and the structure here, was that a long-term thing, or was that just a one storm event, or do you know?
From what I understand, it was over a number of years, if that is correct, Mr. Oh. I think this occurred over, not from one storm, over a period of time. I think a few years.
And
A
the-
few years.
Okay, thank you. And the monitoring for 3 years, what happens if this flex mat fails in that monitoring period?
Well, that would depend on how badly it fails. I think that if the plantings themselves fail, we'll request that they reevaluate the plantings and what they're including in the plantings. If the Fleximat structure itself fails, then we would probably have to revisit the entire project.
Thank you.
Mr. Zedron?
That bulkhead, were they gonna take that bulkhead out?
Yes, sir. Yes, all of that, all the debris and the bulkhead will all be removed.
What effect is that gonna have with the adjacent property owners where that bulkhead is? Are we not gonna see a erosion like that?
On either side, they're proposing a bulkhead return so that the adjacent property owners won't have loss behind their bulkheads.
Claire, can you go to the drawing, it may help with Mr. Zedron's question, and show where the return is in relation to the neighbor's property?
So on Mr. Hodges' property, can you see that? There will be a return up here, 26-foot bulkhead return with a riprap toe. And then on Delegate Hodges' property in the south, it will also be a 26-foot bulkhead return with riprap
Thank you.
toe.
Mr. Ballard?
Can you educate me a little bit about what FlexMat is exactly and what
Yeah.
they're trying to achieve?
So I have a photo here that might help. Fleximat is a concrete structure with cells that can be planted. And this is a picture. The one on the left is I believe, a year of plantings. And the one on the right is a few years older. It's essentially a sheet that rolls out, and you can put plantings in between the concrete cells.
Mr. Ballard?
And a follow-up, so is the idea there would be no erosion structure like a riprap revetment or a bulkhead, but this Fleximat and planting would be controlling the erosion?
Yes, so the Fleximat will be buried at the toe and at the top, and then you will have the two 26-foot bulkhead returns on either end to hold the structure in. And the concept is that the plantings, as they establish, they'll help hold down the shoreline.
Any further questions? A couple of just quick questions. Your proposal for, staff's proposal for approval is for both projects?
Yes, sir.
They were presented together?
Yes, sir.
But they're two separate projects, correct?
Yes.
The Fleximat proposal is going, or this is a question, is it going more landward than the location of the failed bulkhead?
Yes, it is a retreat.
Can you show that just generally on one of your
Yeah,
site
so
photographs?
Here you can see, so everything will be landward of the bulkhead after it's removed.
Maybe show with your
Oh.
mouse about where.
Yeah, so here's the bulkhead, and the project will start here and head landward.
And then, so the project's retreating landward, and you have upland yard that's going to be lowered to increase jurisdictional wetlands.
Yes.
Okay. And no existing vegetated wetlands impacts.
No existing vegetated wetland impacts. It's all non-vegetated.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Tankard.
And have the two applicants agreed to the VIM's recommendation for the monitoring plan?
I've spoken with the agent who has agreed to submit a monitoring plan.
Great, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, is there a representative for Mr. Fred Hodges or Delegate Keith Hodges? Is there a representative? Yes, sir, please come forward.
No, I don't think so.
Good
name-
morning. Please identify yourself, raise your
My
right
name
hand.
is Chris Davis. I'm the agent and contractor, 184 or Azalea Lane in Hudgens, Virginia.
Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please go forward.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and consideration of this Fleximat product. It was created as a direct competitor to riprap. And I call it a hybrid product because it is part revetment. The construction is you have the individual concrete blocks in a pyramidal shape to deflect wave energy up. It's tied together in a grid so it can be rolled up as a mat and unrolled. It's very heavy. It's 1,000 pounds per 10 pounds per square foot, or 1,000 pounds for a 10 by 10. And it can also be anchored as well as planting between the grids. And this is what makes it one of its major attributes. So I've been installing it for 4 years. I've done about a dozen installations, and there have been a lot of surprises. I've also consulted with another contractor who is dealing with 9-foot tide ranges in and around the Savannah area in their inlets with boat wake and all those channels, and he's been also very impressed with this product. It's actually been used in the States for over 2 decades and actually around the world. So it's not really a new product. It came out of the lake countries and river countries in the interior United States. The Corps of Engineers has used it extensively in the river systems around the country. And one of the other surprises for me is how little known and understood it is, despite all that widespread use. It is somewhat new to the marine environment, but the specifications from the engineers were matching up with what they say will work. My own experience is it's also surprising at how good it is. You get a lot of benefits from this. It is the only way I know that you can plant marsh grass in an active wave zone and those plants do not get scoured out. Once you bury them 6 inches underneath that mat, they stay there. They can get mauled by wave action, but the plants themselves are amazing how they can overcome that wave energy, you know, when starting out as a sprig. It's safer, and it's faster and more efficient to install. It has a much lower footprint. One truck can bring in 5,000 square feet of coverage, which would take dozens of hauls, trucks with riprap, no matter what size it is. The primary thing that it does is its biological contributions. It allows marsh grass to propagate from a lower elevation upwards, which riprap revetment, as we know, won't allow. The grasses can rip through these open grids and just do amazingly well. I'm very pleased to accept the challenge of the monitoring plan for the reasons that this product should be better understood, and it will put some numbers to that, you know, the stem densities and all of that. Not only do the marsh grasses do well, but fiddler crabs grow in it, oysters attach to it, periwinkles, other plant life. It's estimated that, you know, it doesn't have that much open grid, but this is a truly, from a hybrid situation, you have the revetment, but you definitely have heavy living elements involved with this. So I think it's a missing key in our attempts where we have elevation changes like this of 3, 4, 5 feet. It can accomplish that slope in using the living elements, and otherwise we don't really have any tools. So, if it does fail, we can always put a sill at the toe, and it's set back about 4 feet. The neighbor's bulkheads, it could just become a typical riprap sill, or I use oyster reefs. Either way, that would be an easy fix if we have issues with it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Davis. Any questions for the agent? Mr. Tankard.
You mentioned your experience with this. Have you seen an area, have you used it in an area that has as much much of a fetch as this does? It seems like a pretty high energy area.
Inadvertently, I have 2 installations near Haven Beach on the Chesapeake Bay. They started out as being behind Rigby Island. They're no longer behind Rigby Island, so they are directly exposed to Chesapeake Bay.
And how have they done?
They've done pretty well. The owners are pleased. I do plan to go back and do some more sprigging in them because the wave energy does beat those plants up pretty good, but you can just put them back down.
Yes, Mr. Zedron.
What's the cost versus the riprap?
It's a big effect by scale. The larger the project, the greater the cost savings because of the efficiency of the install. So in a small project, it's about equal. You can, with riprap, at a 45-degree slope, you can have less square feet. At a 4-to-1 slope, you've got more square feet. So that's where, as you get bigger and the efficiency of rolling out the big mats, it can be 25 to 50% less cost. Planting in it is difficult. I have to charge more than I would in an open beach for sprigging. It's difficult, but.
Yes, Mr. France.
Generally, how long would it take for this to be overtaken by marsh grasses? Or
3 months.
3 months, really?
If you hit the season right, yeah. Now, again, the way the alternate flora works, it usually sends its runners in the second year. Often I can get plants from the previous year, or sometimes they just run. They're happy in this stuff. Eventually, you can't even see the block.
I would hope there would be some kind of way that the commission maybe annually would be able to see the results of this.
I have sites. You're more than welcome. All my customers allow people to come back and see it.
Mr. France, to answer your question on behalf of Habitat, and Mr. Owen or Claire may expand upon this, I expect whatever monitoring plan is required, we will see those results, whether they be pictures and other information, and also given the unique nature of this type of site and proposal, probably make compliant site visits.
Right.
And that should probably be considered as part of any type of motion if one is made for approval.
All right, and the reason why is because myself, I can't speak for anyone else here, but I think that we're not really familiar with this, and it's being something new to us. We'd like to see how it progresses.
I think you'll be surprised. I think you'll be very pleased.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the agent? Mr. Davis, talking specifically about the monitoring plan, who is actually responsible for that? Will you actually be monitoring and returning to the site? Do you have an agreement with your clients that you will perform that monitoring, or do they have to hire someone else?
No, I will do it for them.
Okay.
I have done some monitoring in the past. I'm looking forward to developing, a good plan.
Okay.
But I return to my sites anyway to make sure they're doing fine.
Okay. Are your clients here today? Are you representing them?
I'm representing them.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone present that would like to speak in favor of the proposal? Anyone in favor of the proposal? This is a public hearing. Anyone that is in opposition to the proposal, would you like to speak? Anyone in opposition? Claire and or Randy, just to point out the requirement or the proposed condition of monitoring, will that also include an occasional staff compliance visit? Is that something that could be worked in as well?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Okay, we do have a recommendation from staff for approval.
I move to approve staff recommendation.
Motion made by Mr. Minor. Excuse me.
Two motions, please.
Yes. Just to clarify, can we put this motion on pause for a second? We have two different projects side by side. The first one, let's handle Fred Hodges, which is VMRC 22-0383. Now, Mr. Minor.
I move to approve staff recommendation.
All right, motion made to approve VMRC 22-0383 for Fred Hodges. Is there a second?
So moved.
Second by Mr. Tankard. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair also votes aye. Any opposition? Project approved. Now to actually Delegate Keith Hodges, VMRC 22-0384. Is there a motion for approval?
So move.
Motion made again by Mr. Minor. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Tankard. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair also votes aye. Any opposition? Keith Hodges, 22-0384, also approved unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Davis. Thank you, Claire. Okay. Habitat item number 8, Northampton County and the town of Cape Charles. Mr. Owen, how are you doing?
Good morning, everyone.
Mr. Owen, hold on 1 second, please.
sure.
Mr. Ballard.
I will be abstaining from this hearing.
Okay, thank you. And for the record, we still have a quorum. Mr. Owen.
Thank you. As an introduction to this, I found out last night at 7:30 that my employee who'd be handling this fell ill. I was up past my bedtime last night studying for the today's presentation. So what I may not hit, I think perhaps the agent could fill in any blanks that I can't answer.
Thank you for that, Mr. Owen.
Yes.
These issues happen from time to time, and we have to fill in, and Mr. Owen is humbly and bravely stepping in to assist Mr. Nettleton.
Yes, thank you. Northampton County and the town of Cape Charles are requesting authorization to maintenance dredge 21,825 cubic yards of previously dredged bottom and 7,200 cubic yards of new material to achieve depths of -8 feet at mean low water in the Kings Creek Channel in Northampton County, with the subsequent placement of approximately 35,000 cubic yards of sand on the public beach in the town of Cape Charles. This is an aerial photograph depicting the entrance to Kings Creek. This is the placement area on the Cape Charles beach where the sand and dredge material will be pumped hydraulically. It's just a closer shot. The channel will begin out in the bay and come in and hook just inside the southern spit here, which is depicted with that. I think it's purple on my screen. That's the footprint of the channel. The channel will serve the general public using the creek as well as the use of the Kings Creek Marina. These are the project drawings. A little busy, but the portion of the channel extends out in the bay will come up on another slide, but this is the existing plan view drawing for the channel that will be maintenance dredged. You see the leases in the area. This area here is an additional amount of dredging to catch that shoal and try to get ahead of it to extend the life of the channel. The project is protested by Mr. Granville Hogg. He owns this lease here and an adjacent property. With these 2 points noted in red, beginning here where my cursor is, the channel from this point inshore to this point has been aligned in a southerly direction from the original dredging done in 2005. The protestant, Mr. Hogg, believes that that's should not be done in that fashion, that it should follow the deeper portion of the channel, and that it's a waste of public funds. They've attempted over the past year to work with Mr. Hogg on this for resolution. They have met with him on a number of occasions, and they have been unsuccessful. Ultimately, with the need to dredge and the need to nourish the beach coming up, they've asked to be on today's agenda. They have, if you look at the yellow area highlighted here, that is the channel portion that falls within Mr. Hogg's lease. They have eliminated any proposed dredging in there because they could not get his consent. Luckily for now, it's already 8 foot deep, but they, of course, it sought commission approval originally in case it were to shoal. And I'm going to refer to the design team. I've written these notes down that include not only the consulting engineering firm, but Northampton County Board of Supervisors, the Accomack Northampton Planning District Commission, the Eastern Shore Navigable Waterways Committee, and the Virginia Port Authority, which is funding this project. There are other leases in the area owned by Ballard Fish and Oyster Company and Carol Ballard III. They have consented to the project provided that the project adhere to a January 1st through June 15th in-stream work time of year restriction to protect the hatchery that's on the northern shoreline there. This slide also shows in blue here the new dredging. Again, the channel was dug in 2005, and under today's plan, they will, and this is out in the bay now, they will extend the channel this additional length to get to navigable depths. That is depicted in the top cross section. That's just showing the additional new dredging in addition to the maintenance dredging. The bottom cross section shows you the proposed 80-foot channel width with a -8-foot mean low water projected depth of a 3-to-1 side slope. These are ground shots taken by Ben Nettleton of my staff, looking at the inlet and then looking offshore into the bay. This is the plan view drawing depicting the beach nourishment where the material will be hydraulically pumped. It's mostly sand to the beach. Behind the breakwaters that are in existence and permitted, the red line will show the landward reach of the nourishment along the beach, which is depicted in cross section here. Find my mouse. So this is the existing dune profile in yellow. The nourishment will be pumped up against the toe of the dune and will extend out. And this point where my cursor is this blue line here. And then, of course, that's the resulting natural angle of repose that the sand will take once they pump the material. The material will be placed immediately in the northern reach of the beach where erosion is at its highest. Most of that material moves south and stacks up on the south end of the beach. And this is a photograph of the northern reach. So when they start nourishing this area, this tombolo will essentially look like this when they're done. They're going to fill all this area and again working their way south with the material as it becomes available from dredging. The fines that are unsuitable for beach nourishment will be hauled off to an upland disposal site. So the impacts will be dredging, this before you today, 7,200 cubic yards of state-owned bottom, and of course the maintenance dredging of the balance of the channel. Northampton County does not pay rents and royalties on the dredging as they are a political subdivision of the Commonwealth. Somewhere between 30 and 35,000 cubic yards of sandy dredge material is anticipated to be placed on the beach, with about 4,000 square foot on that subaqueous area I showed you in that previous ground shot. About 2,000 cubic yards of fines are based on the borings are anticipated to be, produced with this dredge effort, and they will be trucked away to an upland facility. There are leases that will be impacted that do not include Mr. Hogg's, and those leases owned by Ballard Fish and Oyster Company, Carol Ballard, and actually leases owned by the town of Cape Charles, all are in consent with the project, provided the time of year is adhered to protect the hatchery. Mr. Hogg remains in protest of the project, and they have removed any proposed dredging from the existing channel within his lease because they could not get consent. His objection dates back to March of 21. It's my understanding that there's been multiple conversations with him and the agent with no resolution of his concerns. It would appear he's largely concerned with the southerly channel alignment, and his preference would be that it follow the naturally deepest water in the area, but I believe that causes conflicts with navigation with the adjacent aquaculture facility. He's also concerned that they won't get their permits for the fines that will be trucked away to the upland disposal site. That's going to be handled, by the county, by the Corps, by DEQ. We have no control over, upland disposal. According to VIMS, the project is likely to have only minimal adverse environmental impacts given the lack of submerged aquatic vegetation in the area and the sandy nature of the sediment, which will quickly settle out in the water column. As I stated earlier, all of the proposed dredging within Mr. Hogg's lease has been removed from this project. Accordingly, after after evaluating the merits of the project and after considering all the factors contained in 28.2.1205 of the Code of Virginia, staff recommends that the Commission approve the application as proposed with the following special condition in addition to our standard dredge conditions, and that is to protect the aquaculture hatchery and as well as the cages in the area. No dredging shall occur between January 1 and June 15th of any year to which they have agreed. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. Any questions for staff? Mr. Zedron?
Do our leases today provide that the VMRC can approve dredging without the consent of the leaseholder?
It's my understanding, I have my lawyer sitting there beside you, that without their consent, it's a breach of contract. We've leased the ground to the leaseholder, and that we may not, as a commission, authorize the dredging across that lease without their consent.
Has there been given any consideration to modification of our new leases that we renew or lease out, that we have that right to dredge the channel if we lease the channel?
It's an excellent question. I would probably have to defer to Ben Stagg, but Kelsey seems to be willing to respond.
It's a statutory issue, 28.2618. Commonwealth guarantees rights of re-enter. Commonwealth shall guarantee to any person who has complied with ground assignment requirements the absolute right to continue to use and occupy the ground for the term of the lease. And then subsection B lists things that the right in subsection A is subject to, and one of those is riparian rights, one of them is fishing in waters above established fishing stands, and then I think it was a year or two ago, the General Assembly did add an exception, but a very limited exception for municipal dredging projects, but only specifically municipal dredging projects located in the Lynnhaven River or its creeks and tributaries. And then there's a whole list of extra requirements that a municipal dredging project in the Lynnhaven River has to comply with before they can dredge through without consent, and it includes asking for consent and trying first. So I think it's a statutory requirement. It's really not something that the commission on its own can say, okay, this lease is now subject to dredging.
Right, so what we need is a statutory amendment.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Owen? Mr. Owen, just real quick, so you're recommending approval with the time of year restriction from January 1 through June 15. I didn't see that in the summary recommendation, but that was agreed upon with Ballard Fish and Oyster Company?
Yeah, it was both with the consent of that leaseholder and with the applicant. They have both agreed to this.
Okay.
It was a conditional consent to the encroachment on the leases, provided that that time of year was met. That was provided by the leasee to VMRC in weeks past.
Okay, so the leaseholders who are not protesting are comfortable provided that time of year restrictions?
That
in
is
place?
correct.
Okay.
And I would add that that time of year is in concert with what VIMS is recommending. Again, as we all know, there's a hatchery sitting a stone's throw away, and anything you do in the marine environment near the intake of a hatchery can cause 100% mortality if you hit the wrong thing.
Okay.
And so to protect that crop of, seed during that time period when they're producing the seed from oysters and clam, that's in place to protect that hatchery with the consent of the leaseholder and the owner of the aquaculture facility.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Is the applicant present or represented? Good morning, Rebecca.
Good morning, Commissioner Worrell.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Rebecca Francis. I'm a senior scientist with Waterway Surveys and Engineering, and we are the agent on this project representing the Accomack Northampton County Planning District Commission. Thank you for hearing this project today. The application for maintenance and new work dredging was submitted in January of 2021. When we submitted the application, we did notify all of the leaseholders as well as the standard adjacent property owners. During that time, we did get 2 protests, as you've heard before, from some of the aquaculture leaseholders, as well as Mr. Hogg. During that time, we have certainly agreed to the time of year restriction for the dredging. And we have not been able to reach an agreement with Mr. Hogg. A few things I did want to mention about this application is that it was originally permitted in 1993. So this is predominantly a maintenance dredging application. We did add the 2 new sections of new work, first as some advanced maintenance in the widener, and also to connect to the ambient water depths, which is typically required in our dredging permits. In other words, you have to match the water depths of your design depth of your channel. So those were the reasons for the 2 new work areas. Otherwise, all of this project has been permitted at least twice, is my understanding. So there's nothing new here. This is an exciting win-win project for the county because we're doing a beneficial use of dredged material. The borings that we took, I believe there are at least 6 or 7, showed that 90% of the project was suitable for beach placement. Therefore, the material that we're removing from the channel will be placed on the beach and to help reduce some of the erosion that they've been experiencing there. We did have about 2,000 cubic yards that were closest to the entrance to the marina, had about 40% fines in it, which was your silts, and therefore that's not suitable for placement on the beach. We looked at some other alternative beneficial uses, and since the volume of material was relatively small, we felt that the best placement alternative was an approved upland disposal site. The Corps does have an upland disposal site up at Cape Charles, and that is in the permit application for disposal in that location. The Corps is currently reviewing the project, and I hope to have that issued by the end of the month, and there are no outstanding issues with that permit. As was mentioned, we did reach out to Mr. Hogg several times. I spoke with him, and I know we have had several project managers for the Accomack County, Accomack Northampton Planning District Commission. So we have had a few different types of conversations. My understanding is that the primary concern is the location of the channel in the area that Mr. Owen showed you earlier. We do have deeper water to the north, but this is a maintenance project, and if we reduce the size of the channel or shift it to the north, that does put the boat...
Excuse me.
Oh, yeah,
Randy, can you
Yeah.
pull up your slide so she can point out
Yes,
the
thank you.
directions and location for us?
Yeah, that's good, perfect. Okay, this is, how do I do this?
Use your mouse. Oh, no, don't use that. You just drive the mouse.
Oh, got it, perfect. Okay, thank you. Okay, so as you can see, this is the location of the channel, the 80-foot channel. It's relatively centered between these 2 landforms. The deeper water is over here towards the Ballard Fish Company. We don't want to shift this channel further north. Shifting the channel further north to reduce the dredging is going to move the boat traffic closer to this highly utilized area, and that's just not safe navigation. The good thing too is while there is a little more dredging over here, once again, it's remaining in the littoral system and being placed on the beach. So once again, it's still a win-win situation. When we couldn't reach an agreement with Mr. Hogg, we did remove this section of the channel from the permit application. This was our last resort. That is never something that you want to do, is to potentially jeopardize your channel for navigation. Fortunately, this is in somewhat of a thaw-away, so we still do have deep water in this area. And we've reached out to the Bay Creek Marina, and they were not interested in dredging at this point. So we felt that we could still provide safe navigation for a continued period of time and remove this area. As I mentioned before, this is the area going into the marina that is not suitable for disposal on the beach, and we do have an upland site for disposal of that project. Once again, we feel that this is just an incredible win-win project for the county and its residents. We are certainly happy to comply with the time of year restriction, and we appreciate being heard here today. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Any questions for the applicant's agent? Any questions? And just to clarify, the sand that is dredged will be placed on public beach?
On public beach, that's correct.
Okay.
That is because initially we were asked to look at placing the sand on private property, and we indicated that that's not within state code. So yes, it will be going on a public beach.
That's good. All right, thank you very much. Is anyone else here in support of the proposal? Yes, please come forward. Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name.
Kim Husky, I'm with Ballard Fish and Oyster Company. I just wanted to reiterate that we are in support of this project. I have been working with the Eastern Shore Regional Navigable Waterways Committee now for well over a year on this project, and we are totally supportive, provided the time restriction is January 1st through June 15th. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much. Okay. Anyone else in support? All right, this is a public hearing. Anyone in opposition of the proposal? Yes, sir. Please come forward. Good morning. Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. My name is Granville Hogg.
Yes, sir. Please
I
proceed.
appreciate the accommodations that I have been given and the considerations given this morning. I appreciate that.
Yes,
As
sir.
you all know, I'm getting over COVID
Yes, sir.
and pneumonia, but I'm here to indulge with you folks,
I'm glad you could.
and
make
I
it.
thank you. The issues involved with the issuance of this permit for the project are numerous and should be reviewed in totality. I don't have the photographs here with me. However, your staff should have provided you with them. They're the aerial photographs of Northampton County's tax map from 2002 to 2021. They will show the migration of sand that goes to the north. Again, I don't know whether you all have been presented that information or not. Hopefully your staff has provided you with that. Then my second statement is the fact that where it is that they're planning on putting this channel is going to be into areas of where it is that there's highlands that have been accreted to the property. So my reasoning for saying let's follow the channel of which it is that in 2004 it was modified and relocated further to the north and further to the east. That is, pardon me, that is part of the report from the Corps of Engineers in 2004 of how it is that they relocated it. I was there. I've witnessed it. I've been there for a while. On
Mr.
page,
Mr. Hogg?
Yes, sir.
Just so I understand, and hopefully the commission understands, part of your objection is that you would like the dredging to follow an older channel footprint.
that is where it is that they physically dredged, that is correct. The deep water is there, it is well documented in all of these bathymetric surveys. It shows where the deeper water is.
Okay.
And that is where it is that they dredged it years ago. They relocated the 1993-94 application, when it is that they dredged it the first time. When they came back from maintenance dredging, they shifted the channel further to the north and further to the east. And that's why it is that you take a look on there. And I don't have a bit of problem with the project. I've worked on that project for over 10 or 12 years, trying to get this done. But it's not being done in the proper location. You don't turn around and build a project where it is that there's going to be a known maintenance problem going forward. It is not prudent to put that in the location that is currently proposed. Now, I agree that someone has turned around and filed an application, and they've done a fine job of that. But the thing is though, it may not, the magic numbers of which it is that they have created this from, as in, GPS coordinates, they may not be exactly right because of the fact that there's been several things that have occurred since then, as in the GPS coordinates have changed from the 1927 to the 1983. Whether or not that has taken into consideration on this or not, I don't know. Let me finish. I ain't got enough time to do all this. On page 7 of the application, it indicates that all previous actions should be presented. My question is, have the commissioners been presented all of the previous actions where it is there has been significant activity? Have you got a mouse or something?
Yes, sir, Mr. Owen, please.
Right up there where the yellow is.
Yes, sir, I'll help you.
All right.
Just try with that.
Okay, got it.
Just point with that.
Know how to handle that one. Right in this particular area, can we enlarge it in any shape or form? Can I turn around and enlarge that so it is that we can see it?
Yes, I'm going to ask staff to do that for you. if you
Okey
don't
doke.
mind.
All right, now you're pressing my PowerPoint skills.
All right.
I can do it. I promise. I'm just waiting to get, there we go. Bear with me, I'm just doing a little bit more. That close enough, you think? Make it a little bigger.
Make it to where it is that whole screen involved, move it and move it to the left. I want to look at right where that dock is.
I'm going.
There we go. We're getting closer to it. Now let's enlarge it. I want the commissioners to be able to see the water depths. In addition to that, I'm going to take one moment. I'd like to pass this down. May I approach the commission?
Yes. Mr. Hogg, you know we have to keep this for 30 days, whatever you submit.
Where was that? The aerial photographs are available in Northampton County as a public record. I just wish that you all had been made available to it. But anyhow, for a moment, I'd just like to talk about this, and you all can take it, this information, and do whatever it is that you want to do with it.
Yes, sir.
That is a photograph of what it looked like in 2002. This is an area where it is as 2021. You can see where it is and all of this has accreted.
Okay. Thank you.
Would you pass that so it
Yes,
is?
yes, I will. I will. We'll
Thank you,
pass
sir.
it, and we do have to hold on to it for 30
That would
days.
be fine. You hold on to it for a lifetime. I may have some notes there I may have to get to, but anyhow. So another question that I have, what is the project? Is the project strictly about dredging for Cape Charles, or is it a project that includes Northampton County as well as Cape Charles? It appears to be that the only people that are benefiting out of this is the town of Cape Charles, not necessarily the public. As in, this project is being cut short, roughly speaking, 350 feet. Now, let's see, which is I'll need these moments back, but anyhow, which is basically this area right here. It's being shortened by that.
Yes, sir.
And what they said that they were going to do is that, well, we're going to cut it short because of the fact of the lack of funding. And I'm from the standpoint that,
Yeah, but he's referencing it. He's saying right here, that doesn't translate.
Okay, Mr. Hogg, at some point, we're going to need that exhibit as well. If you
hey, I'm going to give you a whole packet full of stuff.
Okay,
That's not
okay.
going to be a problem.
Okay, thank you.
Anyhow, so basically what we're looking at is this 350 feet. So the question is the project about the town of Cape Charles and the dredge material that's going there, or is it a public project to where it is that Northampton County is involved, of which it is, that's where the material is coming from, is in the county. And that brings up another question, of which it is that I've asked and I haven't gotten an answer to. Originally, when it is that Bay Creek applied, they paid a royalty to get an area clear all the way out to Cherrystone Channel. The material has filled in to where their permit is. So if the material has fallen into their permit area, who is the owner of the material? Is it the Commonwealth of Virginia? Or is it the owner of the permit where it is that or is it the owner of the permit where it is that it's been allowed to fill in? So who actually has title to that material that is within the permitted area of which it is that they bought? You know, it's also aqueous bottom, but they have a permit of which it is that this is the permit that we own. If your cattle got out, would you be allowed to turn around and go get them and return them? But anyhow, let's move on. One argument is, why is this permit not following the previous dredged area? Which is basically, that's the issue here.
Okay.
Why is it that we're turning around and going back to an old permit that is going to dredge through what's going to be part of highland accretion to the area? And I've given you all a photograph to show you how it is that that land has accreted over the last 20 years. And if you go to the Northampton County's tax map, you can see the aerial photographs of how it is that this has progressed along. It is going to be nothing but a continued maintenance headache that we're undertaking, rather than following the natural channel and the one that was dredged out. Okay. As I say, the original permit was modified and the dredging was conducted in a slightly different location. And this is confirmed by your hydrographic surveys of where it is that the deep water is located.
And Mr. Hogg, I think we've gone over that before.
I got that.
Can you maybe
I'm just
go ahead
trying
and
to
start summarizing?
reemphasize the fact. So my question is how does the public benefit by returning to their original route? It's demonstrated it's going to be a long-term maintenance project. All right. My next question is, why is the project being terminated 350 feet short of the terminus? There's been no plan submitted that I know of where it is to complete the maintenance project. What they've said is that, well, when it is at the marina, when they get ready to do it, they'll have to turn around and dredge out this portion of the state's channel. Well, you know, I don't know, I kind of scratch my head on that one too, but anyhow, that's yours decision. In my response to the Corps of Engineers, and I hope that you all have those responses, this happens to be one of them. Anyhow, in my response to the Corps of Engineers, I asked 9 questions. I have yet to receive an acceptable response to those 9 questions. However, I will say, I believe it's question number 9. It says currently there is a no wake sign that's posted on the former channel day marker. Has it? That's where it is that the no wake sign is supposed to be. And the Northampton County has been nice enough to permit me to turn around and reinstall that sign on the original post where it belongs. The issue comes along next is still from the standpoint of enforcing the no wake zone.
And Mr. Hogg, that's not our agency's purview.
I have one question. Does VMRC have Marine police that issue summonses for people going beyond the no wake zone speed limit? I would say that any officer, according to the Attorney General's office, any sworn officer is entitled to enforce that.
My comment was regarding establishing the no wake zones. I'm sorry.
The no wake zone has been established. It's been there for 20-some years or more.
Yes, sir.
This project is about beneficial use of spoil material. The permit and design contractor was charged with locating disposal sites. I do not see evidence of a serious attempt to locate such a site. Now, they have told you how it is that they can truck it to the landfill. They've told you how it is that they can haul it over to Cape Charles. And I specifically gave them an opportunity to place the fill on my real estate. I don't see where it is that has been exercised too heavily.
And Mr. Hogg, that's definitely not within our purview.
Permitting is, and if in fact the man did not go about getting the permit in a proper form and fashion, then maybe they need to go back and check it a little bit harder.
Understood.
This is about the process of permitting.
Mr. Hogg, you've had about 15 minutes or so. Can you go ahead and wrap up in the next minute or two?
Okay, there's been issues with the bank erosion that has been created by small boats and commercial boat traffic. The Commonwealth and Northampton County have been made aware. They've received several hundreds of photographs demonstrating the violations and have been provided, yet there's been limited enforcement to the no wake zone. Let's see. You may have one of my other sheets of notes. Anyhow, the issue of bank erosion, by the lack of enforcement of no wake zone, brings into question if the Commonwealth should be a party to bringing resolution and rehabilitation to the property. Whereas in the past, there's been good marsh grass growth, and it is now lacking. Photographs indicating the erosion problem has been presented on numerous occasions. Anyhow, I'm going to hand you the information. Again, this is a case of where it is that in your application, it requires that all previous actions be presented to the commissioners for you all to weigh in on. In addition, it turns around and it talks about how it is that the 2,000 yards of material and how it is it's to be trucked. I don't feel as though that there's been a real serious review for trying to find a disposal site for the beneficial reuse of the material.
Okay,
In addition to that, there is the material that has been presented that says what other sites were reviewed and determined unacceptable. Where's the documentation? Anyhow, and let's see, I provided you with a copy of the Corps of Engineers report that says that they relocated the channel. In addition, there's the correspondence with Ben and Mrs. Francis. And hey, you guys, you've got an awesome job in front of you. You all have a good day.
Well, thank you, Mr. Hogg.
I've done the best that I know how, and I believe that expending money on the location of this proposed channel is a burden to the Commonwealth and to the taxpayers. You have a great afternoon. It's been wonderful.
Mr. Hogg, let me first check and see if anyone has any questions for you from the commission.
That'll be fine.
Are there any questions for the protestant? Any questions for Mr. Hogg? Thank you, Mr. Hogg.
And finally, I want to conclude. Please take a look at all of the applications that have been conducted in this area. You know, why, for what reason is it that the applicant, or I guess say the applicant to the north, needed to install mooring pilings out into the channel? It's more than 80 foot available there. It's just amazing.
Thank you, sir.
Do you have a question?
Oh,
Yes.
Mr. Tankard.
You know, you mentioned the public funding, et cetera, and history and of this project, but it seems to me that we have public entities, the Northampton County Board of Supervisors, the Accomack Northampton Planning Commission, the Eastern Shore Navigable Waterways Committee, and the Virginia Port Authority, who all give their support to this. I'm having a hard time understanding how, if these people who represent the citizens of our two counties, if they're behind this, why would there be some thought that the public's money is being ill-used?
I'm amazed at that myself, Mr. Tankard, because of the fact that I have shown them photographs of where it is that they're going to be going through highlands as it is that you dredge this. You know, I've given them photographs and whatnot. I'm not taking enough, I won't live long enough. I was on that committee. That's one of the reasons why it is that you see a lot of the information that's up there today, is because of the fact that I emphasize the fact that you haven't done your job. Please present it so it is that the commissioners and the boards of supervisors can understand what it is that's happening here. That's what this is all about. I'm in support of the dredging project. Please understand that. I've worked for 12 years to try to get this project done. I just don't agree with where it is that they're proposing to go back to some old channel and some old design rather than using the most current design. That's my complaint. And my complaint extends to the fact that as a taxpayer, you're asking me to get into a situation of where it is that I'm going to continually have to expend money to address this area. And the town of Cape Charles, you know, they're the ones that benefit. No, it's the marina that's there, that's a private enterprise. The VPA and everybody is just handing money to the town of Cape Charles to do something for their harbor, do something for their beach, and which it is that I'm thrilled to death for that. But it is against private enterprise, has it not completing the project, as it is it's designed, of which it is that included the additional 300 linear feet. I think that you all need to consider that. And I made that statement.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
thank you
Hogg.
ever so much. You all have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Hogg.
Good day.
Anyone else in opposition to the proposal? Anyone in opposition? Ms. Francis, you have a few minutes to rebut. Mr. Owen, if we're going to do that, let's do that after every speaker. Okay. Yes, Ms. Francis.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out a few things. The first thing I want to point out was there is a question about our coordinates for the channel design and whether we transfer from 27 coordinates to 83. Waterway Surveys is a hydrographic surveying firm, a professional firm. 27 coordinates would not even show up in this region if we use those. So we did use the correct coordinates. This project is permitted and shown in NAD 83, which is North American Datum 83. So our coordinates are correct. We did use what we received as the most current permitted location of this channel, and therefore we are permitting it as a maintenance channel. Even if there had been in the past, which I am not aware of, a different location of the channel, and I'm not saying there wasn't, but I'm not aware of it and I did not see it in the permit record, this project still stands on its own. In terms of safe navigation, we do not want to move that channel any further to the north. We have a very active commercial industry there, and directing boat traffic towards that is poor navigation and restricts ingress egress. So we stand firm that the channel is in the best location to support safe navigation. In terms of disposal of the silty material that cannot be placed on the beach, we're not really required to do an extensive search, but we do have a disposal location that's been approved by the Corps. Whether or not we choose to dredge that portion right now is really up to the applicant. But we still need it permitted for any types of future maintenance, and yes, we do have a disposal location. And also, this is a public project. This project will support anyone who chooses to use that channel, and the beach at Cape Charles is a public beach. It is not restricted to residents of that area. It is a state public beach. And we did use 90% of this material as beneficial use, which is an incredible, once again, win-win situation for the city, or for the counties. And do I answer any more questions, or?
Thank you.
Good?
Thank you for that. Any further questions for the agent? Ms. Francis, any questions? Thank you. Okay, the matter is now before the commission for action and discussion.
Move to approve staff recommendation.
Motion made by Mr. Minor to approve the recommendation. Is there a second?
I have a comment.
Discussion from Mr. Tankard.
Yes, I appreciate Mr. Hogg's input. He certainly understands this area very well. However, given the support from the community at large, it'd be hard for me to not do anything but support this project. So I'll move to second.
Okay. Any more discussion? There's a motion. Mr. Hogg, we're not taking any more comment. I'm sorry.
There's no rebuttal to the comment.
There's no rebuttal to the rebuttal. No, sir. Any more discussion? All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair also votes aye. Any opposition? The project is approved. Thank you very much. We're going to take a short 5-minute break. Thank you. we're going to reconvene the Virginia Marine Resources Commission public hearing. And we're going to pick up with item number 9 with Gary Hochschild, if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Hochschild.
Mr. Owen.
Hochschild is how you pronounce it. Give me a second. Good afternoon, I believe. I don't know what time it is.
Still good morning.
Okay. Mr. Gary Hochschild is requesting authorization to construct a 450-foot-long private open-pile pier with a 10 by 50 L head and a 10-foot by 20-foot floating dock at his property adjacent to Nancock Creek in the county of Accomack. The project is protested by an upstream property owner.
Again, Mr. Owen, we appreciate you presenting this. This is normally Mr. Nettleton's project.
Yes, my eastern shoreman is not here today, so I have Mr. Tankard here to help me out with a little geography too if I need him. So, the property looks out the mouth of Nancock Creek, and you can see Parker's Marsh Natural Area Preserve to the north. The creek does have a number of private piers on it. This current property has no pier at this time. You can see the deep water sitting just adjacent to the property. You can see there's an extensive shoal between the home and the drop-off. The pier will stop about 40 feet shy of the drop-off. This is the plat of the property. I've exploded the plan view drawing the L-head on the right to emphasize that it will terminate between the 3 and 3.5 foot contour as presented before you at 450 feet offshore. Therefore, stopping short of the drop-off, we do not believe it will interfere with navigation as alleged by the protestant. Additionally, we've highlighted the fact that the decking will be 4 foot above mean level water. One of the concerns by the protestant is regarding kayaks in the area, and they should be able to pass beneath the pier if so needed. We did receive a protest from Mr. William Daly in February stating that the area is in use by kayakers and the pier could pose a conflict and potentially a hazard to kayakers and other small watercraft users that hug the north shore of the creek to avoid the wakes of boat traffic in the channel. We have not received any objections or comments from either of the adjacent property owners who were notified. I brought this slide up to show you, again, the pier will be constructed across this shoal. The piers up and down this creek range from 150 to 300 foot in length. I measured, for example, this pier right here is a little over 300 foot in length. That one's obviously half that length. This pier is a little over 450 foot in length, which is within a few feet of what the applicant is requesting to construct over here, again stopping short of the drop-off. He has a 60-foot trawler that draws 4 foot of water. This is summarizing essentially what he's asking for, which is the 6 foot wide, 450 foot long pier that will terminate between the -3 and the -4 foot mean level water contour. Because his L head and his floating dock exceed in the aggregate 400 square feet, this project will not qualify for the statutory authorization provided for private piers. If he dropped under 400 square foot, we wouldn't be here. It does total 640 square feet when you add the floating dock to the L head. I want to point out that the original proposal had an additional dock of 300 square foot that took it to 940 square feet. We appreciate the fact he worked with us to drop that down to 640. Given the size of the vessel that he's bringing in, he is a disabled veteran. We believe that the proposal he's got before us is adequate. We don't think it will encroach to the channel, which does experience heavy traffic, both recreationally and commercially, as well as a little light industrial traffic with gravel barges. Again, to reiterate, the sound is provided by the applicant. Position it between the 3 and 3.5 foot contour, but doesn't reach the 4 foot contour. And these dips are going to be minimally needed to support this 60-foot trawler. were not for that oversized platform in the aggregate, it would have again have met the statutory authorization. It's over 400, it needs a permit. It is protested, that's why we're here today, sir. And so I have to evaluate this project against the concerns expressed by the one protestant in opposition, and have to consider all the factors in 28.2, 1205, the code. We're recommending approval of the project as proposed, and I think I'll leave that slide up for any comments.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. Any questions for staff? Any questions? Randy, can you go back to the plan view of the pier proposal? And just point out the size of
Sure.
the
So
locations of the components.
So this catwalk is exempt on the code. It's 5 foot or less. The L head is 10 by 50. The floating dock is 10 by 20. When you add up the two, we do subtract the 6 foot pier out of the L head when we do the math, ladies and gentlemen. So, it's the L head plus the floating dock that kicked this out of the statutory authorization for private pier. It needs a permit from you. We could have issued it administratively in the face of no opposition, but because it is opposed, we're required to bring it before you.
Thank you. Mr. Tankard.
You have any sense of where this boat is going to be placed on the dock?
I would imagine, and he's here to testify, that he'd lay it off the L head. There's also some hope to bring it in here, but I don't know how. It'll be sitting on the bottom. In fact, I'll go back to, wrong direction, excuse me. So there's your soundings, and you can see that the two contours.
Yes. So I have a follow-up
Mr.
question.
Tankard.
So, Mr. Owen, there will be no outward pilings to keep that associated with this pier?
At current, they're not in the drawings.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ballard.
I believe you mentioned it, but approximately what'll be the distance from the pier walkway or the bottom of the stringers to the water surface?
They're showing 4 foot of clearance from the bottom of the stringer. So at low tide, you got a 4 foot vertical clearance. At high tide, I don't know the tide range there, 2, 2.5. You're going to have less than 2 foot.
Okay.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Owen.
Sure.
Mr. Hochschild? Please come forward. Yeah, if both of you are going to testify. Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Gary Michael Hochschild.
Hochschild. Please proceed.
The reason we wanted to build the L dock is we weathered Sandy with our boat in the Glimmerglass in Manasquan, New Jersey, and there we only had piles. We were lucky enough I was able to take the boat out into the waterway slightways, sink the 170-pound anchor and back it into the slip, tie it off with 12 lines, but of those 12 lines, 6 failed during the storm. Thank goodness 6 of them held. I felt this one here, because of our exposure in the reach, that the 10-foot wide L dock would allow us to put extra bracing on the dock, so that when we spring line it, because we're going to use it to push it off the dock, we're going to use the spring poles, 4 spring poles, to keep it off of the dock. In a storm, that would be enough for it to weather it. If I see the storm's going to be bad enough, I would move it to the inside, even though we would be scrubbing the bottom in low water, because that would afford us a little bit more protection. But I thought this was the best for the boat. We do plan on keeping it 40 feet off the channel drop off. And we have, I heard the protestants read his letter, and he's concerned about boats cruising that area so they stay out of the channel. The boats shouldn't be out of the channel. We have a severe erosion problem. We've lost about 20 acres over the last 50 years to erosion, because we have 1.3 miles of shoreline. We have 130 acres. if I could back it up to that view of, we actually abut Parker's Marsh, and that waterway that cuts across behind Parker's Marsh over to Back Creek, we own on the other side, 13 acres also. So part of the problem that we're having with erosion is those boats coming way too close to the shoreline. Sometimes they're only 40 feet, 50 feet off the shoreline, cruising up there on plane in 2 feet of water. You know what damage that does to the shoreline. They say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. I was glad we were here today because we heard about the Fleximat, and we're working with Mr. Pitt to come up with a plan to try and reduce some of our erosion, and that looked like a pretty good idea, being we're being eaten away so bad. And we had a really low tide there the other day, and we saw where the old shoreline was, and we were amazed to see it was 65 feet out from where it is now, and that's pretty, enlightening. That's about all I had. Have any questions?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
So,
Mr. Tankard?
Mr. Hawkshaw, you will have some pilings to the south of your L-head. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Inboard of the L-head.
Inboard.
Where
of
the
L-head.
finger pier is at.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Any additional questions? Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Anyone else here to speak in favor of the proposal? This is a public hearing. Anyone in opposition of the proposal? Anyone like to speak in opposition? It doesn't seem like we have anyone else. We do have a recommendation for approval.
I move to approve staff recommendation.
Motion made by Mr. Minor to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Tankard. Any discussion? All in favor? Mr. France?
Just a little discussion. If this dock, as the applicant testified, a lot of boats running in there close to shore and stuff, and this dock on high water is only going to be 2.5 feet high. I guess they'll have to learn where that dock is and deal with it. That was just a concern of mine. I just wanted to bring it up before we loaded.
So just to clarify, you have a concern about the elevation of the dock above high tide and how it may affect people in canoes or kayaks?
Or as testified, even boats running close to shore. I just wanted to make.
Any further questions or comments or discussion? Sorry, sir. Again, we have a motion to approve as recommended by staff with a second. All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair also votes aye. Any opposition? Thank you, sir. It has been approved. Good morning, Mr. Stagg.
Good morning.
Mr. Stagg is the chief of our shellfish division. And we are at item number 10, Richard Davis, correct?
Yep. This is one of two applications that you're going to hear today from the Davis family. This particular one is 2014-219. It's solely in the name of Richard Davis. The request was originally received was to lease up to about 100 acres of oyster planting grounds in the Rappahannock River on the northern side of the river near Myrtle Swamp. And this project is in Richmond County. This application did receive a number of protests by local residents and landowners. So the project itself is located, as you can see on this topographic map, it is the lease to the north of the town of Sharps, the community of Sharps, shown here. The other pending application is immediately to the east. I just wanted to show this to orient you as to where it was. Farnham Creek is also off to the right of the slide. This is a little bit closer view of the original application. I believe when we received the application, there was an existing lease here that's since gone, reverted back to the state, which is probably why that's not shown as part of the application, because it was leased at the time. Again, the application extended all the way from this lease that goes up to shore down to an existing lease here. There are a number of residential development areas in this area to the north and in the Sharps area. And then some non-developed area in sort of the middle part of the application. So we advertised this, did our normal public interest review. At the time we received this application, we were still doing our previous public notice before the code changed. So this was advertised once a week for 4 weeks in the local newspaper. But at that point, the code did not require us to notify adjacent landowners. But they found out pretty quick, apparently, because once it was in the paper, we started to receive protests in 2014, continuing into 2015, from a number of property owners in the area. In 2015, we did attempt mostly a map-making exercise of trying to come up with some compromise areas for both these applications that might address some of the property owners' concerns, which I'll go over in just a second. We met, we had meetings, we had produced maps. Unfortunately, we couldn't come up with anything that really seemed to address most of the protestants' concerns. The applicant then indicated they wanted to take a break and rethink what they might be wishing to ask for here, which is why this application, partially is why this is so old. Fast forward a few years, starting around in 2020, staff started trying to resurrect this and get it resolved one way or the other. We got back in contact with the applicant. There was some delay in their responses back and forth. But anyway, at some point in 2021, we started moving forward on trying to resolve this by surveying and mapping areas pursuant to what the applicant was still seeking, which is the result is what you see here of these two surveyed areas. So they have been marked in the field, and as you can see, that it's a considerable reduction in the area that was originally requested. So I'm going to leave this map up for a minute while I talk about the protests. So the nature of the protests, for this particular application, we have 44 protests on file. That includes what I consider sort of a petition type protest where we got kind of a standard letter that numerous people would sign and submit. So we'd get that letter that had the same language in it, and it would have 4 or 5 property owner signatures, and then we get another one that was very similar. So a lot of objections. The nature of the objections for both applications, and this one in particular as well, was the close proximity to the shoreline of the original application. So when we mapped these back in those days, we didn't have quite as robust aerial photography. So we try to exclude the piers, and we did that here to some degree, as you can see, both north and south. You can see the piers, but we mapped it, pretty much right up to it because that's what it appeared they were asking for. Now, we don't survey under private piers unless you're the applicant, and we wouldn't have done that on this one even back in 2014, but we could have surveyed this relatively close to the piers that exist, which was part of the problem. This is a fairly shallow area, and I'll cover that in another slide in just a minute. These dots that you see along the shoreline are known protestants that gave us an address that we could identify. This is nowhere near all the protestants. Some of them did not give us a local address, although we believe they own property. It may be a summer home. And some of them just emailed us and we don't have an actual physical address. But anyway, I wanted to show you sort of the distribution. A lot of people that have protested these protested them both. Even though they might live in one direction or the other, they protested both applications. So again, this is a little closer view of the actual surveyed area. So we excluded, per the applicant, the area to the east that says vacant. That was part of the original application. And the area to the west. And of course, there was a lease where it says vacant, but they applied for that voided area between corners 1 and 2 to the west, all the way to those other leases. So the applicant agreed to reduce that. He also agreed to move it further offshore along that shoreline, and I'll show you some distances on that in just a second. So this is a composite map that my area surveyor, Chris Myers, made for me that shows some depths. One of the concerns, a number of the protestants' concerns, was the shallow nature of this nearshore area, and that it's used for other activities such as recreational boating, jet skiing, the beach. Some of this beach is used by local residents, and that they thought this might interfere with that. Mr. Davis did fill out the use plan questionnaire and did indicate that they would use this lease most likely for traditional on-bottom planting and maybe spat on shell, but they did indicate that they wanted to use portions of this area for on-bottom cages, which they're allowed to do by regulation up to 12 inches. And this was a concern of a lot of the protestants, that they might be excluded from getting to their piers or using this area in the way they've been accustomed to using it. And it is relatively shallow. You can see the 3-foot depth right here. It does drop off fairly quickly. This is the 6-foot sort of contour. You can see the 5.9. But generally speaking, this area is 3 foot, and of course it gets shallower towards the shore. So it is a relatively shallow area. Some of the protestants indicated they would like to see it 300 yards offshore, which would put it well out into the existing leases, and also said that there weren't other leases that were this close to shore, but there are. There's this lease right here that goes right to the shore, and leases to the northwest here go right up to the shoreline or near it. So we've leased ground all over the state, close to the shoreline, in a lot of areas that's developed or not developed. So I think that this is a leasable area. The bottom is suitable, quite a bit of it, in both of these applications. For cage aquaculture, it's kind of a sandy, hard bottom that would support cages. Another objection of some of the protestants was the fact that Myrtle Swamp, that's that little finger tributary you see there, is condemned for shellfish harvest. So that different shade of red is Myrtle Swamp's closure area by the Virginia Department of Health. We did avoid that area. We are close to it, but as hopefully you know, and if you don't, I'm going to reiterate, the health department, when they close an area, they buffer the water area of closure to make sure they capture the area that's actually not safe to consume shellfish from, but they normally buffer it some as a transition period. So we don't have any qualms, I think, of leasing this close to a condemned area. It would be legal if you lease this as shown to harvest oysters year-round. Obviously, inside of Myrtle Swamp and that little area outside, you could not. The other objection was the close proximity to shore. So there is an owner of land where you see Myrtle Swamp. So that sort of rectangular area, we believe, is a man-made basin. Myrtle Swamp is a actual natural creek. It may have had a dual mouth originally. It's hard to say for sure, but that marina area, which you can barely see it in this slide, but there are pilings. So there were boats in here at one time, and it could be used. There's also some jetty material here that stops right here on this side and about opposite here. So as you can see in this slide, there is a lease corner that's about 61 feet from that end of jetty, and then this part of the lease would be approximately 200 feet and 165 feet from the shore. We don't believe this area would preclude access to the shoreline. Now, if cages were put in this corner, obviously you would probably need to navigate around them due to the shallow nature, but you could. We don't think this would restrict access in and out of Myrtle Swamp, but I'll show you another slide that's a little zoomed out in a moment. So when we made these two new maps, just fairly recently, and surveyed it, we sent this to all the known protestants, because it had been quite some time since we'd had contact with a lot of them in our previous attempt to resolve this. And we asked them specifically, this is the new area the Davises are requesting under their existing application. This has been staked. This is a much reduced area. Do you still object? We didn't hear from most of the 40-some protestants at all, but we did hear back from about 5 or 6 that said they continued to object. And we heard back from a few that said, no, based on this, they no longer objected. So there were some of the opposition did drop due to the reduced size of this one. The specific area of concern for this application is this area at the mouth of Myrtle Swamp. So the first iteration I got from a couple of protestants was that they would drop their objections if this hatched area was removed. So basically from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 back to 4 was cut out of the area. We also got a request, and someone said, how about this? Which, if you go back a slide, that would be corners 5, 6, 7 back to 5, which is a triangular area. This would allow boat access out of Myrtle Swamp into an area that wouldn't be leased. It would be open all the way out. Staff can support this, although we are going to recommend leasing the entire area. But if the commission believes not leasing some of this area near the mouth of Myrtle Swamp is warranted, this would be our first suggestion as a compromise. This would actually mark an area coming out of Myrtle Swamp with a stake and a stake here. So anyone who came out could come right out towards deep water, which the water doesn't get real deep till you get almost out to the existing leases. So this would be a staff suggestion as a secondary recommendation. This was another protestant's request of a potential would be to just cut this whole rectangle off. The first one I showed you would have cut off a little more going this way. And this would be about double what the previous triangular area was of 3.75 acres. This would be about 7.5 acres. I just wanted you to see that because these were people who wrote back and said they continued to object, but they offered some potential compromise on the area. Oops. Again, about the distance offshore, the applicant did move this further offshore than their original request, which along here where there are almost no piers except this one, they asked to go pretty much right up to the shoreline or as close as we would survey it to mean low water. Generally speaking, in this area, you can see the distances. We stayed about 250. This is the shortest area, 240 to about 270 feet offshore of the existing beach. This is undeveloped. This is a field. There are groins here, so there is sort of a beachy area between the groins. We still feel like access here would not be restricted even if cages were put, albeit you'd have to go around the cages. They have to be marked. The applicant would have to mark the areas where they put the cages. And a number of protestants indicated, that these two areas were still too large, and just think of all the amount of cages that could be put on these if they were full, if this lease were fully, fully stocked with cages. Well, we don't really see that on most leases, and the cages are not put end to end, back to back. They're put in rows. There are spaces, and they are required to be marked. So will they impact navigation minimally? Yes. Will they more than impact? We don't think so, based on the configuration of what we've surveyed here. So this would be the final plat if you were to approve the area that's currently surveyed. Again, you saw the other potential modifications here on the south end, and I'm just going to leave this up to allow the applicant to speak and any of the protestants that might want to elaborate on potential compromises or who oppose the lease in its entirety. But based on staff's review of each oyster planting ground, we do it on a case-by-case basis. We look at the bottom, the location, proposed use by the applicant, and other uses of the area, which we did. Additionally, after full consideration of both the public benefits and impacts of shellfish aquaculture, consideration of the public trust doctrine, and the factors contained in the code 28.2-1205A and the Constitution of Virginia, we do recommend granting an area shown on this plat, the 42.93 acres. Should the commission deem the currently surveyed area near the mouth of Myrtle Swamp constitutes a potential navigation issue, we would support a removal of approximately 3.75 acres, leaving an adjusted area, and that math is wrong there, but it would be 3.75 less than what you see here. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Real quick, before we have other questions, That shows 42.93. The summary says 49.26.
Yeah, I'm gonna have Chris, which number's correct? I didn't notice that till I was just doing the
I
slide.
believe 4926 is correct. I believe that 4926 is correct.
Yeah, so this would be correct.
So that, the number on the plat is not correct.
Right, so we'll have to correct that, but that's not finalized yet, so.
All right, any questions for Mr. Stagg? Mr. France?
Mr. Stagg, how wide is the buffer zone from Myrtle Creek condemned area to this proposed lease?
Probably pretty small. I don't know if Chris has any numbers on that, any guess? But I would say, not more than 15 or 20 feet, probably, between the condemned line and where this lease line would be.
Thank you.
Mr. Ballard?
Does the applicant have other leases or a history of reporting of production?
I believe that the answer is yes. I asked him that this morning, and I think he's going to elaborate on that, what his family's holdings are and how what they do basically on the water. But the Davis family, between him and his brother and I think his father, they have a number of leases. I will point out that the Davises actually own property right here at this location, which is one of the main reasons that they applied here in these two spots, is that these leases would be very close. And that's a convenience factor, but it's also you can watch your own ground and take care of it. And there's nothing wrong with that, But I'll let him elaborate on that.
Mr. Tankard?
Remind me, Mr. Stagg, has this been leased before? I know you probably said at the beginning.
I don't think this area of the original application was leased. There was the lease where you see vacant. So there have been leases all along the shoreline. And I'll concede, both here and the other application, doesn't appear any leases went this close to shore. But as you can see on this slide, there is a lease, and that lease that says Payne on it, that's a pretty old lease. That's been there a long time. So we do have a number of leases along this shoreline that do go to shore. This probably was not leased because it was not as conducive to the old style of growing oysters, but it is better suited to enclosures because the bottom is fairly hard. So
Thank you.
it's shallow.
Oh, sorry.
I will state that aquaculture used for enclosures, this is the type of bottom, generally speaking, that aquaculture leaseholders are looking for.
Sure.
Because the deeper the water, the more difficult it is to handle the enclosures. You gotta have bigger boat, bigger lift gear. So it's again, a convenience factor, but this type of bottom is what's looked for bottom cages, bags, that type of activity.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. France?
Oh, just down the river a little ways around Maratica, isn't there another aquaculture operation there with?
Yes,
Some cages.
well, there's a number of aquaculture operations similar to what might be proposed here in the Rappahannock River.
Any problems or major complaints about these operations in that area?
Not the ones in the Rappahannock. There are some isolated places we've had some complaints in smaller rivers, and it was related to navigation and other recreational uses that people had, used the area one way in the past and felt that they were being restricted. And we've addressed those on a case-by-case basis, and we've actually made some people move cages where we agreed that, you're causing too much of an impact to navigation here. Here, we don't think, the way we've surveyed this, that should occur, but if you lease this and we get a specific complaint, we will address it, and between us and law enforcement, we'll determine whether the leaseholder has to move the cages to another spot.
Okay.
Mr. Tankard?
I have one more question. You mentioned what you think is, it looks like a marina at Swamp, in the swamp there. Is anybody wharfing out there?
Well, maybe the protestants can address this better than me, but the property owner that owns part of that land that abuts Myrtle Swamp is one of the protestants and is one of the ones objecting and would like some of this area removed. But this is the most recent aerial photo I have, so it does not appear to me currently that it's being used at all, but, local residents may say differently. I'm not aware there's any kind of ramp there that they can then launch a boat. But it has potential to be used, as a marina in the future.
Any further questions for Mr. Stagg? Thank you, Ben. Is the applicant present or represented?
This is Mr. Davis.
Try to keep
Please
it-
raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And state your name for the record.
Richard Davis.
Please proceed.
Try to keep this brief. I know everybody wants to go to lunch. So. All right. Good morning. Thank you for having me here today. I am here to lease the proposed oyster shore to grow oysters. During my life as a waterman, I've chased crabs all over the place, as well as dredged the public oyster ground, as well as gill netted. I prefer working close to home, which will be attainable through cage aquaculture. On Ben Smith's former shore, which is adjacent to the downriver proposed lease, we planted a few thousand bushels of spat-on-shell oysters through Jim Weston's spat-on-shell program. The oysters grew big and fast, but the majority disappeared. We assumed theft. The proposed shore is a safe and far distance away from houses. The majority of sharpers is not here today to protest. Please allow me to lease the 2 leases so I can grow some oysters.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Any questions for Mr. Davis? Mr. Zedron.
You obviously were looking at the screen when the presentation was made. There was one alternative, I think there's the third alternative, which cuts that triangle out. I think it was 7.5 acres right in front of that swamp entry. Would that be acceptable to you?
Which,
The 7 point, yeah, right there.
I prefer the 3.75, but
What I'm concerned about is the contamination from that creek, from that swamp. One of the biggest concerns we have here is if we lease you a spot and you have contaminated oysters, you'll ruin the industry. And that's what my concern is here, is that if we cut out that 7.5 acres, it doesn't allow you to get too close. I think Mr. Stagg said that at this range, it was like 15 feet. Is that correct?
It's approximately, I can't
Yeah, which is too close. And that's what I'm talking about, is I have the concern with the contamination.
I understand. I mean, we can do that if you want, cut out the square, and if that would make things fly.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Davis? Thank you, sir. Anyone else in support of the request? Anyone else in support? This is a public hearing. Anyone in opposition?
I have a question. Are we,
Please come forward, sir.
well, are we doing both applications or just the first?
This is just the first application. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, please come forward. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name for the record.
Russell Acree. I'm a landowner in Sharps. My home is, I'm not sure about this mouse, but my home is slightly to the east of the proposed area.
Okay.
I've known Richard Davis and his brother all of his life. In fact, they're children of the community of Sharps. And we have supported these 2 youngsters and now grown men all of their life in their endeavors on the river. They're fine, upstanding young people. And we actually support their efforts here to oyster and make a living off the river. They're entitled to that. However, their interest in their commercial interest are in conflict with the landowners whose interest is recreational boating, fishing, water skiing, tubing, wakeboarding, and those sorts of things. The compromise that you've been presented here of the 7.5 acres, and then I think there was another slide of what, 3, was it Ben, 3 something like that, are reasonable compromises. We're also concerned, or I'm personally concerned, and I share Mr. Zidrin's, did I pronounce that correctly? Zidrin's concerns about the contamination out of Myrtle Swamp. Although the slide that Mr. Stagg put up was, we feel like it's arbitrary from, with rainfall and the tide and all of that. The area there that the Public Health Department restricted is very ambiguous, and it can change within a month or two. And I share your concerns about ruining the industry if there's contamination. So as a Protestant, I would certainly remove my protest if we can exclude that 7.5 acres that's on that slide and give Mr. Davis and his brother the rest of the applied area to the west of Myrtle Swamp, and give them that. And they're entitled to that, and I would certainly support that. But I also share Mr. Zidrin's concerns about the public health and safety, and would certainly advocate and request the commission remove that 7.5 acres that's on that slide there. That would also provide safe ingress and egress to Myrtle Swamp for boaters and recreational users in the event that that marina there is in the future is developed into an active marina for recreational boaters. Right now it's not. Mr. Stagg's absolutely correct. It's not. As a child, I remember boating up there, and Sharps had a community of boat owners that had their boats up in there. It's filled in right now. There's probably no more than 1 or 2 feet of water in there. You can't navigate in there at all. It would have to be dredged out to be commercially used or recreationally used. Although people do use it today for paddle boarding and that sort of stuff, very shallow water recreational activities. It is used today for that.
Thank you, Mr. Creek.
Are there any questions by the commission for me?
Any questions?
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers in opposition? Good morning.
Good morning.
Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
So help me God, I do. Thank you.
Please state your name.
Richard Foley.
Okay.
I am also a landowner in Sharps. I think I agree with most everything that Rusty just said. He's my neighbor. There was another slide of Myrtle Swamp. It seemed like the contamination went further to the left, where somebody said they'd cut off more of an area. I think I would agree with that. There is very shallow water there. So yeah, so you can see where if you chopped off the rectangle, it still would be close at another point. It's very shallow, and I think there was a bit of confusion over the time of the applicant, the duration. There's also, I did protest back in August, but it was returned. I did follow up with emails and such, but there's a little bit of confusion, but it was pretty much unanimous support of the entire Sharps community that they didn't like it. We do support the Davis family in their endeavors, just like Rusty said. I haven't known them my whole life, or their whole life, but I have known them for 20 years, and this one right here is one hard-working young man. The marina, the Myrtle Swamp, I know the new owner of that is also a local family that they've spent a lot of money enhancing, that area. I would personally agree with the whatever modification is to make this particular area smaller. and then I would remove my protest there. But when I do that, then I'm going to protest the entire application on the other one. I'll say that I'd like to see them do what they would like to do in this relatively undeveloped area. I think that's about all.
Thank you, Mr. Foley. Any questions? Mr. Zedron?
So if we cut off the rectangle to 7.5 acres, you would support this application?
I think, yes, I would, but I think I would also cut another little corner off it to keep more of a distance from Myrtle Swamp.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Any other speakers in opposition? Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
My name's David Harned. I pledge to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for having me here.
Yes, sir.
And thank you, Mr. Stagg, and thank you for all those comments. And I agree completely with Rusty and Richard about Richard Davis and the Davis family. They're fine people. They're good watermen. I've never said any fault of them. I've known Richard since he was a little guy, and we played together down the water. So they're good folks. There's no question about their character and their intention. Absolutely not. But I will say this. I live in East Sharps between Milden Hall, Milden, and the swamp on the other side up near Little Florida, Farnham Creek. And I believe I can speak on behalf of the folks up Farnham Creek. They're absolutely opposed to that. They have navigation problems there already. And we have a lot of problems in that area between Little Florida and Milden with water sports. There are a lot of fishermen in there, but there are also a lot of people like me who are grandparents with children and grandchildren who swim in there, who water ski, who tube, who kayak, who do all those things. And permitting anywhere in this area is going to be a disaster. Somebody's going to get hurt. And I had one of the residents there ask me to ask you, who's going to be personally, legally, or jointly liable should somebody get severely injured or worse in that area? I'd like you to think about that. That's a problem. That water is shallow. I want to address the hydraulic nature of the powers of water and the subaqueous land underneath. That stuff moves around. I've been boating for over 70 years, a lot of it on this river, over 40 years at this place on Bamboo Lane. I went up and down and through the bay, through all the rivers in Virginia, so I think I know a little bit what I'm talking about from experience. That stuff moves around, and I'm concerned about these cages popping up. Not only there, but anywhere. Between Belle Isle and Suggett's Point is a disaster area. I'm all for Richard making a great living. I want him to, and I help any way I can. But not at the expense of safe navigation and safety. That's a bona fide disaster in the waiting. And I urge you to think about that. That's serious stuff. I have personally had to tow people to their docks with these crab cages and stuff on their props. I've been out there in a jet ski. I had to give up my boat. I had a 24-foot, 23-degree red rise with a big Volvo V8 in it, and I had to put it in high tide. And I had to take it out at high tide. And if I went down to Carter's Creek, went down to the bay and came back, that's why I didn't go down to the bay so much anymore. I got rid of the boat. I couldn't get in. So what did I do? I sold it. And I went back, I got a little 18-foot jet boat with virtually no dead rise to get in and out, so I don't have to worry about getting back. I had to go down to tides in, have dinner, and come back, and high tide find I can't get back, so what do I do with my boat? So I would put an anchor way out there, put a buoy out there. That's not right. You know, it's just a lot of navigation issues. And I'm all for clean water. I love oysters. I love clean oysters. I love keeping the place clean, but not at the expense of safety. This is a bona fide issue. It's the biggest issue in my mind. Navigation, too. You know, when the water gets rough, I've been up and down this river so many times, to Leedsville and down into the bay and every creek and corner and crevice in between. I boated all over the world, too, in different countries. So I know a little bit about land movement, subaqueous stuff. And I'd like you to seriously consider that before approving or even giving further consideration to the approval of the entire application. In my view, these cages should not, they're shallow, as I understand it, only about a foot high or so. And the power of the water in that loose soil, it can move all around. You know, you go out and you can come back and water can be 3 feet one place and the next thing it's a foot. 2 feet of sand moves around. Oh, how's that happen? That's a problem, a big time problem. And I think it's been overlooked. I appreciate Mr. Stagg's presentation. It's excellent, but he totally missed the big point, in my opinion. And I urge this group to consider that. You guys have a lot of hard work to do, and I admire you for what you have to do and all this stuff, but please give that. I hate to have one of my grandchildren's friends come here and get hurt.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the
Any
gentleman?
questions?
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Zedron.
Originally, this lease went all the way up to the shore, and I would agree with what you have presented and said today, but I understand now that the closest this lease is to the shore is 240 feet, and most of it is further off than 240 feet. Do you feel that that gives you guys enough room to
No.
navigate?
No, sir. I think my personal opinion, because this is my opinion, I mean, you're entitled to one, you know, is it shouldn't have cages in less than 6 feet of water. I'd say 8 to 10 feet would be appropriate place. I think you need to have oysters to clean the place. I'm all for clean water and clean air. We gotta, but oysters are the main way you keep the stuff clean. I'm not opposed to that, but you gotta move them out. I've had so many disasters on this river. I love the river. It's God's country. I don't live any place else. But it's got to be safe. You got to be able to get in and out safely, and you got to be able to enjoy the water safely. Another issue I didn't put a lot of emphasis on, but it's true. People come here because of the problem. The people on that strip here in Sharps pay the majority of taxes, a big part of the taxes for this area. You go up the road and they don't pay that much tax. And one of the reasons the property values are high because the water. And if you can't use it all, as much you can't use, it cuts down the value of the property. So the taxes go down, and I don't know why Richmond County isn't here. They should have a input in this. That's serious stuff. Any other questions? I
Mr.
appreciate that.
Tankard.
So just so I'm clear, you're opposed to this application that you see on the screen behind you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All of it.
And the navigation is your primary concern here?
Safety. Safety first in everything. And I'll tell you, I've had some grandchildren that have some close calls and things, and I don't like that. That's big time, and they like to bring their friends in. And I know people up Farnham Creek who are really, they're working, but they object to all this because they have enough problems right now. I have friends up in Farnham Creek, but you know where I go up? I go up my jet boat, and I go up a little at high tide only, and I got to watch. Well, how long have I been here? I don't want to get the risk of getting back out and getting stuck in front of a little floor on the way back out. Yeah, I think it's shallow water there.
Any further questions?
Yeah, I would urge this group to consider the big picture, moving things out further so people can. When I come back, I don't go down tides in that much anymore for this reason, because if I come back and the water's rough, I can't come back by Moratico Bay and hug the shoreline a little bit more, get as close as I can. If I have to go out in the middle of the channel, it's really rough now, especially in a smaller boat. But anyway, but please give consideration to navigation and safety. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Any additional speakers in opposition to the proposal? Anybody else in opposition? Before we ask or have Mr. Davis come back up for rebuttal, Ben, can we ask a couple of questions? If you could just refresh us regarding on-bottom caged aquaculture and how that's required to be marked.
Yep.
And if it's not marked, what steps do we and/or law enforcement go through?
So a number of years ago, the General Assembly authorized the commission to come up with regulations related to leased bottom and allowing enclosures, protective enclosures, to be placed on them. So as a result, there was a regulation approved and there was a general permit approved. The regulation allows anyone that has a lease to place bottom enclosures, which can be cages, nets, over clam grounds, bags, like SEPA basket bags, on the lease, provided they don't extend more than 12 inches off the bottom. And they can do that on a lease without any additional permit. There are marking requirements related to that regulation, that any area within a lease
that this gear is deployed on must be marked with a minimum of 2 placards or more that state that there's an underwater activity going on, like underwater structures, aquaculture structures. They cannot place no trespassing signs up because these are state bottoms that people can still traverse over. But they are to be marked specifically where the gear is being placed. And if they are deployed and we find out they're not properly marked or not marked at all, then that's a violation of the regulation and the person can receive a ticket. Of course, we usually try to work with the leaseholder to remedy that situation. So if you lease any of this area, those enclosures would be allowed. Additionally, once a person gets a lease, they could apply for a general permit 4, which would allow them to put enclosures on the bottom greater than 12 inches in height, or to mark each individual structure with a buoy. So you could have 12-inch enclosures, but you want to mark each one of them with a surface buoy so you can pull them up individually. That requires a general permit 4, and that's not what we're here for today. This is just a regular lease, which, if granted, would allow the up to 12-inch enclosures, long-lined, typically with a pole at each end of the line, so they can retrieve them. They have to wait to get a hold of them, or anchored with an anchor at the bottom and a float at each end of the line to mark the end of the line. But they couldn't mark the individual float, the individual structures. So that's what this lease would provide, in addition to growing orchards on the bottom, to traditional planting of shell and culch and seed and harvesting.
Thanks. And just to clarify, if he or one were to use on bottom aquaculture, do you all have to approve the marking plan? Do you see it beforehand?
Some people provide us a plan when they propose it, but it's not required by the regulation.
Provided they do it correctly.
Right.
Okay.
It's provided they follow the regulation, they can do it themselves. And if we get any concerns with that, then we, either our Shellfish Division or law enforcement or both, will respond and check it out.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Stagg? Mr. Tankard?
The mouth of Myrtle Swamp, you mentioned is closed, but you mentioned that the triangular kind of arrowhead that we're looking at there at the outside of the swamp is really a buffer zone? Is that for the? Well, what I was trying to relay, that when we surveyed this, we made sure, Chris Myers, that we stayed at least outside of the current closure area. So that's why you see this gap. Right. We often have people apply in creeks where at some point in the creek it's polluted. They will apply right up to the line, which is allowed. My point earlier in my presentation was when the health department tests the water, there's a threshold where the water quality is not good enough, where you should eat shellfish directly without relaying them somewhere else first. But they do buffer usually an area beyond where the water quality, in other words, some of this red area, probably the water quality is okay. It's out in Rappahannock. But to err on the side of public health safety, they buffer that to some. Now, how much is this here? I don't know. This can change. I agree with the protestants. This area could change. It could get bigger in a rainfall event or something, and the water quality goes further out into the river and it's not good. They could increase, or it could shrink. But we have to base this on the current area when we're trying to assign it. So this is why we went with this. I don't see Myrtle Swamp ever being not restricted in some way because of the small mouth and all of that marsh and animals and critters that are in there. But that's why we surveyed it the way we did, and we didn't even go up and butt right up against it. We did leave a little bit of a buffer there. But I understand the concern here, and it could be modified to any of these three potential. Let me back up. So this would more, I guess, adhere to Mr. Zedrin's sort of concern that if we went all the way to corner 4, which is probably slightly off the map here, probably right in this area somewhere, that would pretty much remove it from the close proximity to the current closure area.
Mr. Zedron.
What would you call that option
What would I call that?
that you just described?
Well, I would call it this option, this exclusionary option that was proffered by one of the protestants. Instead of a rectangular area or a triangular area, it would be from 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 to 9, back to 4. So it would encompass those corners.
Can we call that option 4?
Sure.
Any other questions for Mr. Stagg? Mr. Ballard?
But just to clarify, you did say we have numerous areas in the state that lease lines abut condemnation lines.
And we have leases that straddle, because this is a fairly new policy that we adopted, that we will no longer lease new ground if it's condemned. We used to lease ground in condemned areas because you could relay, and you still can. So we have leases in some creeks where part of the lease is in a condemned area and part of it isn't, and the line just goes right through it. And yes, it's an enforcement problem, because if they're working the lease and the oysters are above that line, the temptation, is to go harvest them. But that's a law enforcement problem. But we don't lease new areas in known restricted, and that's year-round closure. Now, if it's conditionally closed, like a marina, which is closed in the warm weather months, but it's open in the winter months, we still lease in those areas, because during the winter months, you can directly harvest. It's the activity at the marinas during the warm weather months that causes the health department, again, to do a proactive closure. Doesn't necessarily mean the water quality is bad in the summer, but the potential of a spill or somebody doing something on a boat they shouldn't is too great, so they close them during those warm weather months. But this is a year-round closure in Myrtle Swamp.
Any further questions for Mr. Stagg? Thank you, Ben. Mr. Davis?
I'm not the first person in the state of Virginia to, lease this sort of shore. They're all over the Rappahannock River, different leases. And as far as navigation and safety goes, you gotta pay attention where you're going on a boat. You got pound nets, gill nets, oyster sanctuaries, crab pots, eel pots, just to name a few. And you can hit them anytime, even like unmarked buoys at nighttime. If you're not paying attention, you can die from it. But if it's properly marked in accordance with the law, it's nothing wrong that nobody's done in the past. So, it's just, maybe some people need to take a boater safety course or something to, make things safer for everyone.
Mr. Davis, how much on-bottom, there was some discussion about on-bottom aquaculture. How much, if you were granted that entire lease, do you have an estimate of how much you would be proposing or
I'm gonna start
attempting?
small and I'll work my way up.
But it would be primarily on-bottom cages?
On bottom cages, it's sandy bottom, it's not for, spat on shell or,
Okay.
that's the primary use for it.
And you feel if you were granted that lease that you'd be able to market in coordination with the regulations so that everyone would see it and it would
Yes,
be
sir.
safe? Mr. France?
Mr. Davis, what did you think of the proposal that they have up there now with the little checkered area being taken off? I know you agreed to the first one we talked about, but what about that one right there?
If it make it fly, I guess we can do it. I've cut it up a million different ways and new triangles, might as well put some circles and swirly marks in it. But, sure.
Mr. Zedron?
I want to thank you for coming up here willing to compromise. And you've heard from your neighbors that you're a great guy, you're a hard worker, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate the biggest thing is coming up here to compromise with these your fellow citizens there. You make their job a little bit easier because we want to give it to you, okay? But we also have to be cognizant of the citizens and their uses. And if I get a chance, I'm going to move to let you have this with this option. because it really meets everybody's comments. I mean, it takes the pollution concern there, navigation. It also provides a better access to the river. It allows for dredging operations and things like that. I think this is a great idea, and if you support that, I'll do my best to see that you get that.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Davis. Any further questions for staff before we talk about a motion or? Ben, can you help us at least understand another option and how it would be identified and maybe what the approximate size would be?
So I can only make an educated guess as to how much additional area this would be. So let's go back to this slide. We know that this is about 7.5 acres. I believe that sketch would take you generally in this direction until you intersect. There is a corner number 4 on the survey that I think is just slightly off the slide here. So my guess would be this would probably be about another 3.5 to 4 acres at the most. So it would be somewhere around 10 or 11 acres less than the surveyed amount, which is, we think, this amount. No, it's this amount.
Approximately 38 acres probably left.
Yes, which is still a considerable size lease. You could do a lot of bottom aquaculture on.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Stack?
Option 4 was what we agreed we'd identify this as.
Okay. So we've heard the original presentation, we've heard from the applicant, we've heard from protestants. We actually have a variety of options. Is there any motion or discussion? Mr. Zedron.
I think this option 4 is what's going to bring that community together. You know, we heard the concerns, they're valid concerns. We've heard the applicant, and he's agreed to do this, and this makes friendship down there as opposed to adversity. And so I move we approve option 4.
And I'm second.
Motion made by Mr. Zedron to approve the newly created option 4. It was seconded by Mr. Minor. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I'd just like to say, thank the parties involved in this, and Mr. Davis. These cages can only be a foot off the bottom, and crab pots, they're 20 to 24 inches off the bottom. So, and both are in, crabbing's in the summertime when people recreate the most. So, you're just gonna have to be careful, and Mr. Davis is just gonna have to make sure everything is properly marked, and I will support that motion.
Any other comments? I also echo Mr. Francis' comments and concerns. If approved, not only Mr. Davis, but everyone with the on-bottom aquaculture plan needs to make sure they're marking it correctly and successfully. And if any questions, they need to reach out to our law enforcement and shellfish division. The motion has been made and seconded. All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Chair also votes aye. Anyone in opposition? The proposal has been approved as modified. Thank you very much, all parties. Before we get into the next one, just want to check with the commission. Lunch has been here for a while. We want to go on with the second of Mr. Davis's application. We still have public comment. We expect some comments, and we still have fisheries matters. You want to at least continue with Mr. Davis's application? Okay, let's go ahead, Dan.
All right, this is the second of 2 of, this application is actually named Richard Davis and Andrew Davis, his brother. I think Mr. Davis indicated earlier that Andrew's not here. He's away at law school, I believe. But this is application 2014-220, received about the same time as the previous one. This was a request to lease initially up to 180 acres of planting grounds within the Rappahannock River. Again, this is near Farnham Creek, which you heard mentioned earlier in Richmond County, and again, it's protested by quite a few local residents. Again, the slide you saw before that shows both applications. This is the application to the east, so it is east of Sharp's area. The mouth of Farnham Creek, as you can see on the slide, is off also to the east. There are a number of leases offshore of this application.
Again, this is a similar slide you saw before that shows both surveyed areas. The area here, it's showing 53.57 acres, is the area in question. This is the surveyed area. We went through the same iteration with this application back in 2014-15. We received a number of protests. It was public notice pursuant to the law at that time. We did make some maps of this area as well, trying to make some compromise along the shoreline where all these piers are, moving it offshore some. That never came to full fruition of getting something that anybody seemed to be able to agree on. There was some delay after that while the applicant kind of rethought the whole process. Again, fast forward to the last year and a half or so, we moved forward, got the stakes, surveyed this area with the Davises. This is now what they're asking for, a subset of the original area that was both to the east and west and north of this surveyed area. Again, those dots represent people who protested one or both applications, that we had a known address, but there are considerably more protestants than that. This particular application had about 44 original protests. A closer view of the actual surveyed area. As you can see, offshore it abuts existing leases and some vacant area. And then, of course, we left out a large area near the shoreline where there are existing houses and piers. There is a lease to the west that goes all the way to the shore. This map is to show you the depths again. This is shallow. The mouth of Farnham Creek, I concede, is very shallow. However, the deeper water going in and out of Farnham Creek is actually to the south of where this lease is. So I would think people coming out of Farnham Creek could navigate to the south as they come out, and would probably avoid this area to start with. These black dots you see, which I had to ask my surveyor, what do these represent? So there are piers along the shoreline, but a bunch of the piers here have an offshore piling. It has a line run to it, or they're osprey poles, or in the case of the corner, this black dot next to corner 2, they believe that is a duck line location. So it's just to show you that there are some things out in the river here that are even further out than the existing piers, but we still, except for the duck line, we stayed fairly long distance, a reasonable distance away from those with the survey. This has the same issue as the previous lease in that Farnham Creek is also closed by the health department for direct market of shellfish. And this is the current polluted line that runs like this. Again, we stayed off of it slightly in the area we surveyed. So this would all be in non-restricted waters, and harvest could occur here year-round. This is subject to change as well based on water quality, but this is fairly standard closure for Farnham Creek. I think it might move around a little bit, but as you can see, it's a fairly small mouth again, and upstream of that, the flushing is just not that great, so the water quality, improving the water quality is difficult. So the protests here are very similar to the previous application. Navigation, safety, use of this area for recreational purposes to include everything you've heard: jet skiing, tubing, skiing, boating, kayaking, general recreational use, and concerns about access to and from the properties to the north, including their piers and shoreline. These 2 piers are specific people that did protest, which is why I created these 2 distances, just to show what the current surveyed area is. So this corner is 340 feet from the end of this pier. There is a piling right there that was one of those black dots, and so it's a little bit closer. Again, this distance perpendicular to the lease, which is the shortest distance, is 822 feet. And a number of these piers do have offshore poles. There's one here, and it's kind of hard to see in this photo, but there's a number of those as well. Again, a protestant's pier, a specific protestant with the closest distances to existing corners, 700 feet here and 756 feet here. So I identified some of these poles offshore. just to show where they were in relation to the surveyed area. This is the closest one, and it is 289 feet to the closest leased corner. It's not clear to us how leasing this area and putting some structures on it would preclude access in and out to these piers, as there's a large area of gap here, and the water does get deeper, of course, as you go offshore. Oops. Let me go back 1 second too. So again, this is a 2-foot, right here is around the 5-foot contour, 4 foot here, and again, this is that 6-foot contour. So it is shallow in this area, there's no doubt about it. Both these areas are relatively shallow. There's no development in this, or at least very few piers in this area, and there's a small little creek that empties out right here as well. Again, right here, this is the closest the lease comes to the actual shoreline, and it's 265 feet to this line. So again, this is the final surveyed area being requested. The original application was for considerably more than this. The original application did go up into the polluted area because, again, at the time we accepted this, we were still leasing polluted areas, so they could ask for it. But we told them, when we got to surveying this recently, that the regulation does not grandfather you. The regulation clearly says we cannot lease in areas that are currently condemned. So it doesn't matter how old your application is, the commission can't lease it per the regulation. So the applicant was told that. So they already knew any area they'd asked for up in Farnham Creek that was currently polluted was going to be excluded from the survey. And this is thank God this one matches the acreage both times on this one. Staff is not proposing any modification to this one based on the objections or the polluted line. Certainly the commission has the option to consider that based on the protest, the location of the condemnation line, and any testimony you hear today. So our recommendation for this one is, again, we review each application on a case-by-case basis, and we look at specific circumstances associated with that application, including location, whether the bottom is suitable for the type of activity proposed, and the applicant is proposing on-bottom structures on this one as well, whether the bottom is suitable for those proposed purposes, and other uses of the area to include recreational use and any other use noted by the public. Additionally, we consider both the public trust doctrine and the public benefits and impacts of shellfish aquaculture and the factors contained in the Code of Virginia 28.2-1205A, along with the Constitution of Virginia. Based on those factors and in consideration of the objections, staff does recommend this reduced area from the original application be granted of 53.57 acres. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ben. Any questions for staff? Mr. France?
Mr. Stagg, is there any issue or boat traffic in that little creek up there between north of 2 and 3?
I'll have to let applicants address that, but I don't think there's much of any kind of craft is coming at. That's the creek right there.
Okay.
That's the one you're talking about, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Maybe somebody could get to it with a kayak and come out of it, but.
Okay.
I
And
think
right
that's-
there around corner number 3,
Yes.
we only have like 2 feet of water.
Yeah, I mean, that could be adjusted if you think, making this come straight might be warranted.
I was thinking about maybe.
And I'd have to ask Chris Myers, the surveyor, exactly why. And maybe that's the Davises asked for that, because it's a harder bottom there, I'm not sure.
Right, I was gonna ask you, or Mr. Davis, about running the line from marker 8 right on through 1 straight across.
Right.
And cut that really shallow corner out.
Right, and that's a possibility.
But we'll talk to Mr. Davis about that.
Any other questions for Mr. Stagg? Yeah, Ben, I had a similar question to Mr. France. There's no restriction or minimum depth that you have to have, correct, for on-bottom aquaculture?
No, and that, to Mr. Zedron's bigger picture question of, fixing this and some of the protestants' concerns about the regulation allows on-bottom enclosures in any depth of water. So we do get complaints occasionally of people who put cages particularly that are a foot tall in water that's only 2 to 3 feet deep. And on unusually low tides, they're out of the water. I mean, they're sticking up out of the water considerably, particularly on unusually low tides. But there is no restriction. As long as they're channeled with mean low water and on the lease, there's no restriction. Now, if they're creating a navigation problem, that's a different story, no matter what the water depth is.
Can you go back, before we have Mr. Davis come up, can you go back to the image that shows the depths? Okay, thank you.
So there's no depth right here, but I'm pretty sure it's very similar through here. It's, you know, it's 4 feet, 3 feet, 2 feet, and shallows right up.
Okay.
And I will say that one of the reasons these areas weren't leased in the past is because they are so shallow, they're not really feasible for dredging either, because they can't get a boat in there to dredge, except maybe at high tide. So, and the bottom is sandy too, which is probably not conducive to growing shellfish.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Davis, please come forward. I'm assuming you're the only one here to represent this case.
Yes, sir.
And you were previously sworn.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
My brother, he's in Ohio. He'll be back he'll graduate in a couple weeks, and then he'll be back the middle of the summer to Virginia. And he's been a waterman his whole life, off and on. He crabbed the past few summers, and he dredged rack and bar last winter, public ground. I would be able to work with Mr. France, go from 1 to 4. Ms. Walker's been a nice lady to me.
I'm sorry, did you say you would or you would
I
not?
would.
You would.
Yes, sir.
From 8 to 1 and straight across, and cut that real shallow part out.
Okay.
So, just to clarify, you're saying just from 8 to 1 continuous?
Straight across.
And he was
Continuous
referencing
straight across.
1
Cut
to
that
4.
real
I do.
shallow.
I do what he said.
So just to clarify, I think what we're talking about is just extending this line straight over and intersecting here, right? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But you would possibly be willing to
I'd be willing to
consider
do
1 to
that.
4?
I should just keep my mouth shut.
Well, you said
sometimes.
that.
If it means going to lunch, yes.
Well, we're trying. Any questions for Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, I do have a couple questions. So would the plan be similar to the previous lease, same on bottom
It's sandy
aquaculture
bottom, it's for
approach?
aquaculture,
Okay.
you know.
And how many other leases do you or your family have?
My dad owns a few, but I personally do not own any, and neither does my brother.
Okay, so these would be your first 2?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Anybody in support of Mr. Davis's request? Anyone in support? Anyone in opposition? Please come forward. Good afternoon.
Hi,
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Mike Steele. I have, for 30 years, owned property, just off number 2 on the illustration. And I'm also representing the person who lives, my next-door neighbor, who is even more elderly than I, who owns half of the Slaughters Creek that comes in there. We generally agree with everything that the previous protesters have said. As Mr. Stagg pointed out, the water there is very shallow, and I believe that putting oyster pots out would cause a navigational hazard, especially for boats coming in from the south or from downriver. And also, it's very close to the, as Mr. Stagg's slide indicated, it's very close to the condemned waters, both from Farnham Creek and from Slaughters Creek coming in there. If I were to redraw the map, I would connect 1 and 4, and go straight across that way. The third objection, and I sent Mr. Stagg an email, and I'm assuming it's in your packet. Our third objection is the threat to protected wildlife. As Mr. Stagg mentioned, there are a number of osprey platforms along the river already. There also are a couple of eagle nests along Slaughter's Creek, and I think the additional activity would disturb those. We would be satisfied with a modified version of this that carried the leased area farther out into the center of the river. And I would think that a line drawn from 1 to 4 would meet our objections. And we'd be willing to lift our protest if that were the case.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Any questions for Mr. Steele? Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. You were previously sworn as well. And state your name for the record again.
Richard Foley.
Mr. Foley.
Again, I will, I would like this application to be withdrawn. In the previous one, when I was listening, the marking plan, I like that, but we really need to be careful about the users of the river. And I agree with Dave Harned about the safety of it. I do not agree with Richard Davis with his, you just need to take a boater's course. I mean, you have people using that shallow water, and when you're walking out 100 yards in depth, you're still up here. The Davis family, A.D. Davis, his father, does own parcels, and they have not used that land at all. I think this is just a land grab. Again, I say it's very shallow, the safety of it, and they have plenty of space to put their cages and even future growth. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Foley? Yes, Mr. Zedron.
Did you live with that line 1 to 4 was drawn there?
I like 1 to 5.
Where's
Ben, could you? Ben.
I like 1 to
Could you help?
5 because that keeps you further
Zoom in
from
a
the
little bit,
contaminated area too.
I think Mr. Foley said 1 to 5.
Could you zoom in or get,
Which would be
show
here, which
something?
would cut off all of this, right?
Yeah, and your contaminated area is up in here.
That's right.
So you're just further away from that.
So that would be right here.
Yeah.
1 to 5, 1 to 4 would be over here.
But I still think they have enough land to do what they need to.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Mr. Zedron.
Mr. Stagg, what, if we went from 1 to 4, where's that one? Okay, down there where that A is, what marker is that?
5.
5. So if we went from 1 to 5, how much acreage would that leave them?
That's 53 acres. I'd say that's probably about 20, 18 to 20 maybe.
That you're taking off. Yeah.
That you take, I want to know how much they got left.
30.
They'd have about 30.
Okay, thank you.
Give or take.
Any other questions for Mr. Foley? Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other speakers in opposition? Please come forward. Raise your right hand.
Members.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Mark Kokoski. I feel like I've been neglected during the process. This is the last notice. I've received no notices that this was coming to a hearing. The only way I found out about it was a neighboring Mrs. Walker applied for a personal use, and when I contacted the agency, they said, oh yeah, by the way, the 2014 application is coming up for hearing. My property, we own 2 properties, right, from Slaughter's Gut to Farnham Creek. We've got no notice in the mail for this hearing. I don't know how you're supposed to notify people, but again, I only got it because I got a notice for the Walker's residential lease to lease that property.
Okay, let's have Mr. Stagg come up and explain briefly, in your situation, how this was identified and who was notified.
Right, so in 2014, the law required us to run a newspaper ad once a week for 4 weeks in a local paper, and post this in 2 prominent places in the general area of Sharp's general community. Typically, law enforcement would put those at a boat ramp, post office, some public place. We hope people would see them, or the courthouse. Primarily, they're always posted at the courthouse, and at least one other location. That was what the law was in 2014. Currently, the law is that we post it in the newspaper once a week for 2 weeks. We post it on our website, and we notify anyone within 200 feet of the application. Now, we did attempt to notify.
We own the property to Slaughter's Gut.
Right. So you probably would have been notified, if we'd gotten this application since the law changed, because they applied right up to the shoreline. No one was notified of this application personally by mail in 2014. It was not required by the law.
I'm saying, this meeting today, I was not notified.
Well, we wouldn't know you were an objector if you weren't on record. That's what
I objected in 2014.
Right. You should have gotten a notice from us. We sent it to the known address we had, if we had an address. There were some people that protested it by email or sent us a letter and did not give us an address. Those people we cannot notify because we don't know where they
You
live.
sent us a letter about the Walker application. We responded, there's not a dot on our property about this application, objecting to it. So that's all I'm saying.
Okay, well, and that's unfortunate, and sometimes those things happen, but you are aware of it
Well, if you didn't
today.
get notified, I apologize, but I try to enter everybody in the system when I get it.
So I think Mr. Stagg's done a good job of explaining the notification process before and after. Unfortunately, if you were missed, but now you're here and you see that, so let's go forward with the protest.
And the staff review on my property that starts at the number 2, if we can go back to the aerial view.
Sure.
Give it to you.
Can you identify your property from
Sure.
one of these images? Good.
Absolutely. Where's the mouse? Okay, the family owns from Slaughter's Creek over to here.
Okay.
So, and they were talking in the application process about all the piers, okay? All the piers here. Because we can't afford to build a pier, we're not acknowledged that we have navigation rights. I don't think that that's fair at all. The one thing I will tell you, that at low tide in the summertime, we can wade out 900 feet to the duck blind that's there. So, this deep water at low tide. I think that the commission should think about what they're approving statewide, because when you're talking about putting in a low volume of water up against an impaired area, that, there's not enough water to mix the impaired areas. There's not enough water there. At 3 feet, you're putting another foot of cages there. We can't get our boats in and out. There's hundreds of crab pots out there now, and we have to navigate around there. We have crabmen crabbing at 4:30 in the morning in front of our house. I think it's a real problem that needs to be addressed. What needs to be addressed is, how do we get our boat out in 3 feet of water with a cage there? You can't. And then you're expecting us to walk over it to bring our boats in? To answer someone's question about navigating Slaughter's Guts, we go through there with a kayak all the time. So, again, what I'm saying is that we weren't addressed. You're impacting our ability to put a pier. And as your maps show, and as it says, we would have to go out 200 to 300 feet to put a pier out. So we're going out to 1, 2, 2. We'd be close to number 2. We would be within a couple hundred feet of number 2. So we could not navigate to a pier that we'd have to put that far out to get into navigable waters. So I guess in summary, I think this is a safety problem. I think it's a health problem, because you're putting in a low volume of water, you're putting in an agricultural farming of oysters that's right next to a huge impaired body of water. And you're saying this little 50-foot gap is going to make it okay? I don't understand that. And I don't understand how Virginia can allow cages in front of someone's property that they can't navigate out of there in their boat at low tide. I just don't understand how that's completely possible.
Thank you, sir. The earlier image, the survey image, where we discussed possibly modifying it from 1 to 5 or 5
I think
to
if we
4.
go from.
We're going to go to that image. I'm going to ask you if any of that looks like it would be, it would address some of your concerns.
I guess if we go to 1 to 5, that would address my concerns. You know, if we went to 1 to 8, I think that would address the neighbors' concerns about public safety going in and out of there, trying to go through there. There is a lot of traffic. There's a lot of jet skis that go through there. There's a lot of kayaks. It's low tide. To navigate our boats in and out, for visitors to come in and out.
Did you say you have a pier?
I do not have a pier.
You do not have a pier,
at
but
my
if you
property.
were to build a pier?
If I were to build a pier, it would be in the low area of the property that comes down, which would be a natural boat ramp, which is, in this one, is just.
Could you share with the mouse about where your
Sure.
property is and where it would be,
Well,
where
this
it's
is not
impacted?
very good here. My house is right here.
Okay,
It goes down to a low point right here, where I'd put a pier out
Okay.
300 feet about
that's
here.
helpful, that's helpful, thank you.
And again, no consideration was given to me during this application. During the reiterations in 2014, no one addressed our concerns on my letter that I sent in 2014.
Good.
I was not notified of this hearing. And again, I think Virginia cannot allow oyster ground permits in shallow water. It's just navigation. I mean, it's just common sense. I mean, this is a recreation area.
Understood. Thank you, sir. Any other
Yeah.
questions for the gentleman? Mr. Zedron?
Could you live at 1 to 5?
I mean, if that's the compromise, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Anyone else in opposition? Yes, sir. Wait, hold on a second.
Just for the record, I was not notified either.
Okay, all right, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, my name's David Harnett.
Previously sworn, thank you, sir.
Thank you. And again, I'm an officer. I agree completely with the gentleman that just spoke. In fact, I was shocked when I heard that he was not, you know, this is crazy, not notifying this man. He has a lot of property there, a lot of investment, and just like me, he has children, grandchildren, relatives, friends who are going to use that for kayaking, water sports, jet skiing, and so forth. And with these 1 foot cages in water, and again, gets back to the subaqueous, unstable ground. It's just nuts. You know, you cannot. I strongly encourage this group here to look at the big picture. Maybe something we can work out on this in the meantime. I don't know. I know you like to compromise, and I appreciate you being open-minded folks that like to do those sort of things. But we must look at the big picture. There's absolutely no reason to have. This is not Richard's problem. No problem with Richard, and the other gentleman probably doesn't either. We don't, you know, he's doing what he's legally able to do. And I think you need to start looking at the big picture here, folks, because crab, 1 foot, I don't care, 1 foot crab cages or oyster cages or whatever you have no business in that entire area, 53.57 AC. They ought to be way far out, and I'd say try to find another spot for Richard. He has a boat, he can go out a little further, but I want him to make a good living. He's not the problem. This is the problem. We need new structure. And I encourage you to look at your structure of what the ground rules that you're applying and looking at these things. And for crying out loud, please notify people like this gentleman who's got a large stake of property here and a lot at stake. But his point is so well taken. It's one of these things that's so obvious. Why even mention it? Really, let's get to work and get some new rules here so we can make the river safer and more usable for everybody. Because right now it's not.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Zedron, yes, sir, excuse me, question for you.
Yes, sir.
Can you live with 1 to 5?
1 to 5 is better than what we have. I mean, I'd rather not, but you know,
That's not the question. Can you live with 1 to 5?
I can live with it. I just prefer to live with it with the understanding. I know you're reasonable folks, and I appreciate that. You want to work out things. But did you agree to reconvene and look at the big picture and try to move things further out to improve navigation and safety?
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Thank you.
so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Any other speakers in opposition? Yes, sir, you were previously sworn. Just state your
Russell
name.
Lakery, previously
Okay.
sworn. I can certainly support 1 to 5
Okay.
as a protestant. That's a reasonable compromise that balances recreational use versus commercial use and Mr. Davis's fiduciary privileges to oyster in the Rappahannock River, and I'll support that. Now, there are some safety concerns, but if the cages are marked properly there, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
And I certainly support his right to make a living in the river, provided it's done lawfully.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Creed? Okay. Anyone else? Anybody else? Mr. Davis?
How many offshore, yards offshore is number 1? Do you know, approximately?
Yeah.
What was your question?
How many yards offshore is number 1?
Yards offshore is number
Yeah.
1.
I'll just go 1 to 5, let's go to lunch.
Any questions for Mr. Davis?
That's 289 feet to that corner, so you're talking about this corner.
This one right here,
Yeah, so if that's 289, might not be this close.
be further.
So that's 760, so it's probably about 700 feet.
Could you zoom back out? That's Cowards now, right? That was Ben Smith's former
I
shore.
think so, yeah.
That's where I planted a couple thousand bushels on that shore there. And they grow good here, but, so this is prime area.
Okay.
But it's a shame, you know, just for 4 or 5 people to give up all this.
Well, Mr.
Well,
Davis,
Well, everybody wants to go to lunch,
Just-
and I would, you know, we
I
can do
mean,
1
either
to
you
5.
agree with that, that's not even a motion yet, but we are asking you, this is your time to rebut. You can stick with your original request, which was, well, not 180, but you're down to, what was it, 53? You can stick with that request, the commission will take action, or you can offer something else. I just want to hear from Mr. Davis first.
Well, is that about cut in half?
1
1
to
to
5.
5?
Pretty close, probably not quite in half. I think you still be close to 30 acres, I'm thinking. Maybe 29, 28.
Mr. Davis, we do have a question from one of the associate commissioners, Mr.
I
Meyer.
actually have a question for both. Mr. Stagg, let's look at what Mr. France talked about earlier, going straight across from 8 to 1 and then straight across. How far is that from that property?
So you're saying if we just cut
Go
this
straight
line
across,
straight
right.
across?
Yeah, how far would that be from the shoreline? Or if a pier was proposed to be built?
He's talking on the Pine
I'd say
Creek
it's
side.
probably around 600 feet.
So that's still a ways, right? Okay, well, I think I would support what Mr. France is talking about.
Well, Mr. Davis, do you have any other comments or questions, or have you changed any of your request or position based on everything we've heard?
I guess I can compromise going 1 to 5. I'm not big on it, but.
Okay. Any other questions
The
for Mr. Davis?
protesters seem okay.
I'm sorry.
The protesters seemed like I was fair, so, you know, I've given that in their every grant basically, other than zero aquaculture. And I'm in it to, you know, I'm a commercial waterman, and
Understood.
that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Any questions or comments for Mr. Davis? Okay, so we've heard the presentation, we've heard from the protestants, we've heard Mr. Davis agree to consider modifying this with the limit, is that the northern limit, Ben? Yeah, northern limit, 1 to 5. Is there a motion on the request? Mr. Zedron.
I think, and I want to thank everybody else again. I mean, this is very tough for us, and because we want to proliferate the watermen, and we want to be safe, and we want to be fair, and every one of us, I can speak for every one of us up here, it's very difficult because everybody's right. And so thank you, Mr. Davis. You're doing a great job. Maybe you ought to go to law school. But 1 to 5 is a great deal, and as we've talked about, it still gives you almost 30 acres to put a lot of cage on there. And so I'm gonna make a motion to approve 1 to 5.
Okay, we have a motion to modify the proposal, let's just say cutting the northern limit or establishing a northern limit from 1 to 5. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion, but just remind everybody here and commission that somebody can come in tomorrow and apply for that piece that we denied today.
Understand. Mr. France with the second. Any further discussion? Thank you, Ben. And you,
Can I make one additional comment just for the protestants? So to be clear, the law has been changed about notification. So we do notify people now per the law, and we did it per the law back when this was applied for. Anyone within 200 feet of an application that owns highland property does get notified, and any adjacent leaseholder. So there was deemed by the General Assembly a problem with notification. Exactly what was quoted today is that people don't know about these lease applications that own land. So this was addressed by the General Assembly, and we do now notify. We don't retroactively go back. This one was so well known in the area that, and it was a problem because it was old, that we tried to recontact all the people that had protested it. And some new people protested it just in the last 6 months because their neighbors told them about it, that had moved there since this was applied for or didn't know about it previously. But anyway, I just want to make clear that the law has been, this doesn't address the bigger picture of cages in shallow areas, but it does address the notification process related to leases, which do allow cages. So we do, I think, a better job at the agency of notifying affected property owners.
I agree. Thank you, Ben, for that, and thank you to both parties. As Mr. Zedron mentioned, this is not easy for us. Everyone here has rights. Everyone is right in some capacity and is wrong in some capacity. So these are difficult issues for us. I think former Commissioner Pruitt, many years ago, eloquently said that we've probably done the right thing when everyone leaves here a little disappointed. And that may be what we're doing now, but we do have a motion and a second to support the modification for a boundary line between 1 and 5. All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. 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 Any opposition? Chair also voted aye. Thank you, everyone. We're going to take a 30-minute break for lunch. We'll be back at 1:35. Thank you.
I'll cut the power.
I'd like to reconvene the Virginia Marine Resources Commission hearing. At this time, we're going to have public comments. If anyone's here for public comment for a matter that's not actually on the agenda and would like to address the commission. Yes, ma'am, please come forward. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name for the record, please.
Elizabeth Bueller.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bueller. Go ahead.
If you want, if sorry, with Ms. Bueller, I have a little bit of background, and then she can.
Sure.
Is that all right with you?
Yeah.
All right. I'll just, I have a couple slides pulled up with some information here.
Andrew, I'm assuming Mrs. Bueller has contacted you all before today and.
That's correct, yeah. Mrs. Bueller and one other person actually contacted me yesterday, so some of this information will likely be perhaps useful for another public comment that we'll likely have. But Ms. Bueller contacted me more than a month ago now with this request for a user fee transfer exception. So I'm just going to give a little bit of background on that for the commission to consider. So this was the waterman in question there. He tragically passed away earlier this year, and this is a little bit of background on Mr. Michael Bueller. He had paid this user fee, which is what Ms. Bueller would like to be able to transfer that user fee every year since 2015. In previous years, his harvest has ranged from 35 days per calendar year to over 100 days in that time period. And in his recent harvest history in 2021, he had 35 days. And regulation currently requires that if the license is to be transferred to someone outside of the family member, that 40 days of harvest history is required in the previous calendar year. A little bit of additional background on this. At the most recent meeting of the Shellfish Management Advisory Committee, the committee did make a request that staff and SMAC collectively explore some regulatory options for granting exceptions to this transferability in cases that are similar to this. So staff does feel that a change to regulation may be warranted, and that a change to regulation could be made to allow for a transfer of eligibility in cases of sudden death or illness, but this change hasn't been made at this point. But this is a concern, particularly when the harvester has met the 40-day requirement at some point recently. But prior to regulatory change being made, it's staff's understanding that action from the commission is required to make an exception to commission regulation. And that's sort of why Ms. Bueller and maybe some others have come here today for public comment. And this is just some background on that regulation, and this is a section regarding eligibility to transfer.
Thank you, Mr. Button. Good afternoon. As Mr. Button has been very helpful, thank you for allowing me to speak with you this afternoon. My son was an oysterman locally here, Michael Bueller. He was killed in a car accident on February 3rd. He was on his way home from oystering that very day up in Hayes, Virginia, and had gotten his quota for the day and was on his way home when we received the phone call. And he was killed in a car accident that day, and he was 34 years old. It was my only son, and it's that dreaded phone call that no parent ever wants to receive. He leaves behind a 12-year-old son, and our family will never be the same. With the tragic loss of my son, we are left with medical and funeral expenses, as well as having the honor of being able to help care for and raise his 12-year-old son. On the 23rd of February, I made contact with VMRC, but I didn't realize what a journey I would face ahead of me with trying to get his license transferred. I discovered that my son only had 35 days out of 40 for the calendar year of 2021. My son worked 35 days in 2021, along with his battle with COVID, where he was out of work for almost a month. Since the beginning of this year, January 1st. He also has 16 days. So if we add the 16 days to the 35 days, he indeed has over 40 days in the not the calendar year, but the actual oyster season, which started in October through March. So he did have 51 days. So my son was a dedicated, hardworking man. I miss him terribly. Commissioners, put yourself in the shoes of my family. The sale of this license will not bring back my son. My grandson was not left with money, life insurance policies to help care for him, and any further needs. I'm asking the commission to help me to please do the right thing and allow me to transfer this license to a non-family member. It would make all the difference to my family. It will cost you nothing to help us with this. I appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Schuler, and we're really sorry for the loss of your son.
Thank you.
Having said that, I think Andrew's right. We do have some processing that we need to take care of. And it's unfortunate that you and your family are caught in this situation, but please bear with us. I think we have a few questions just for you and maybe for Andrew.
Okay.
Mr. France?
Yeah, Mrs. Bueller, I am terribly sorry for your loss. I really am.
Thank you.
And sitting up here today as chairman of the Shellfish Advisory Committee, I just want to reiterate what Andrew and Ben knows also. He was at the meeting that there do need to be some changes made that in cases like this and even cases less severe than this, that we need to be able to change things and make things right, like Mrs. Bueller is asking for. There are probably other questions, but I'm ready to make a motion anytime that Mrs. Bueller be able to sell this license and help her family out.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Andrew, help us again, just explain exactly what we're transferring, what kind of license, if there is any fee involved.
So the request is, my understanding is that the user fee eligibility, which is a fee described in code, which allows the harvester to purchase oyster harvesting license, so your dredge license, your scrape license, and it's required that this fee be paid every year to participate in the fishery, and that's sort of what limits the oyster fishery right now. So if you haven't paid that fee, then you can't participate with any gear in the fishery, and that's the request that's being made, is to be able to transfer that eligibility. I believe if he paid it previous years in 2021, then he can just transfer that eligibility without any additional cost. But whoever purchases that user fee would then have to pay that user fee in order to enter the fishery. And it's a $300 user fee is the actual cost of that.
Okay, Mr. Zedron.
Got a comment. I'm sorry about your son, but why don't you start at the shell fishery and make that request? Here's the problem I got. From time to time, when we've got these committees that do a great job, and they pull from everywhere, and then they come to us with a recommendation, and they say, well, we had X number of people there from the industry, from the watermen, from all this stuff. Why don't you pay attention to us? Why don't you follow our recommendations? Why are we here? If you guys, we're out there in the thicket of everybody, and we're trying to pull a consensus together, and they do, and then they come to us, and we say, no, we're not going to do that. And I think it's a bad precedent. It would seem to me that this is a proper request, but it should start out at the shell fishery commission or whatever the thing is. FMAC. And then here's the chairman saying, hey, look, we got to have some changes in regulations, right? This would be a good case to change the regulations. And so it would be my suggestion is that, and not to put you off, but to go back to them and say, hey, look, this is a situation I got. It'll enforce their idea about what to change the regulations and stuff like that. And then it comes to us and say, we recommend that she get allowed to sell a license. And then we have followed our procedure and process, which reinforces our relationship between the FMAC and our board. That's my opinion.
I understand exactly what you're saying. And at the last FMAC meeting, as a matter of fact, you know, the FMAC members unanimously want to pursue this to change our regulations so that we can take care of problems like this as we go along. But also, you know, we brought this before Mr. Stagg and Mr. Button, who are now starting the process of working on the regulations, how they should be changed, how it should be worded, and so on and so forth. But in the meantime, we could be the end of August before another FMAC meeting.
Yeah, but this
And then it has to come to the commission. And I think this is just something that is extenuating and a little more serious. And after everything gets done and goes back through FMAC again and comes before the commission, I think we're going to be right here voting on this just like this.
Well, my point, if I may.
Yes, Mr. Zito.
The point here is, if this was in the law, okay, you don't appeal to the Supreme Court of the United States just any case. You want the right case so that you win, and then you make a change. This is the right case.
Absolutely.
Right here. This is your case. And that's why I say I think it's very important that you go through the process and take you a few months. I don't know how this board's going to vote, whether they vote for you or against you, I don't know. But this is a good test case. Go back to FMAC, you know, tell the story, and get them behind you. Then they come up to us and say, hey, this is the kind of change we want. And then we approve it, and it's done.
I think FMAC is behind approving this and changing it, but, you know, Mrs. Bueller she may need the financial help right now at this point, and I don't know if she can wait 6-8 months or however long it takes us to get through this, but I'll go back to.
Let's see if we have any other comments or questions. Mr. Ballard.
I think we're getting at some interesting topics here, and they're all valid points. I think it probably needs to be explored further, particularly with SMAC being an advisory committee and having certain duties. Whether hearing individual cases falls under that is, I think, something that needs to be explored further. I do agree with Mr. Franson. I'm not sure if you made a motion. If you did, I second it. But that we allow Ms. Bueller to transfer this license.
Well, before we act on that, let's just make sure if anyone has any other questions or comments. I'll say that I agree with all of the comments, and especially Mr. Zedron, that this does need to be resolved or addressed SMAC. But I thought I understood that that's something you all are working on or will be approached here in the near future with SMAC.
So just indulge me a minute. I agree with Mr. Zedron. And I made the commitment at SMAC when this issue was raised, and it was a result of this case. But, you know, I just took over this division, and hopefully you trust me to make these kind of decisions. But I said staff was definitely committed to looking at this. I don't think it's written fairly in these unusual circumstances where someone suddenly dies or is ill and can't hit these sort of arbitrary dates that are calendar-based versus season-based, and et cetera, et cetera. But that is a process that takes some time, and it will take several months for us to vet it through both SMAC and maybe AMAC and the public to bring a revised regulation. But I think we should definitely look at this issue and resolve it in a way that we don't have to come to you individually on these cases. We don't have to go individually to SMAC. We fix the regulations so we can administratively handle ones like this. So that's kind of my take on it.
Well, that's good to hear. And Mr. Minor.
Yeah, but can we move on this now? On this issue?
I think we can, and that's the other point I was going to make, is in the interim, to address Mrs. Bueller's concern, I think the commission can act. Whether the commission decides to act or not, that's a different matter. But I think, unless Kelsey has another opinion, I think we can act. However, we hope that this gets addressed and maybe resolved in the next few months, in the next couple of meetings with SMAC. Any other comments, questions, any concerns, Kelsey? Okay. So Going back to, we did have a motion from Mr. France?
No, but I will make a
Okay.
motion that we give Mrs. Mueller the ability to transfer this license.
Okay. Motion by Mr. France to allow Ms. Bueller to transfer her oyster fee license. Is that correct, Andrew?
That's correct, yeah. It
Okay.
would be, I guess the other thing is we want to make sure that you're the legally eligible, basically the executor of the will.
I have
Yeah,
that.
okay. So as long as that's the case, yeah, we
Okay.
should do that.
So Mr. France has a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Ballard with the second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair also votes aye. Any opposition? Okay, it's approved. You're allowed to transfer, and thank you for coming down, and again, our apologies. And
Thank you. How quickly am I going to be able to do this? Can I,
We can get the paperwork filled
Okay.
out.
all right, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Okay. Anybody else here for public comment? Anyone with anything? Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
State your name for the record.
Michelle Mond.
What's your last name?
M-A-U-N-D, Mond.
M-A-U-N-D. Yes, ma'am.
I'm here to try to get my user fee, my oyster user fee, my husband's user oyster fee back. 20 and 21 have been awful with COVID and whatever, and jobs and everything. Lost our boat, lost our user fee, almost lost our home. But everything's on the up and up now. And we paid it for 2020, just haven't paid it for 2021, so we lost it. And I'm just here to see if we can get it back. I was told my best bet was to just come and ask, try to do that.
So your husband has
Yeah,
had an
he's the
oyster
legal,
user fee?
yeah, he has the fee.
Okay.
We just, I have a Waterman card and I go with him, so it's like a family card, I guess.
But you haven't had it for the past 2 years?
No, we had it in 2020, just we didn't renew it in December.
So you didn't have it for 2021?
Right. I was gonna renew it, just couldn't afford it, and
Okay.
I got COVID the last 2 weeks of December, he got COVID in the first 2 weeks of January this year. It's just been an awful, awful year, but I'll just see if there's any way I can try to get it back.
Andrew?
Yeah, I spoke with him
I was
too
just
a
gonna
few
ask Andrew
times.
to come up if you don't mind.
Yeah, so I did receive a phone call yesterday and listened to the message today and had spoken with Mrs. Miller beforehand, and she is right that he had not purchased this user fee hadn't been purchased in 2021, and per the requirements, if you don't pay that user fee,
What's the cost?
that's a $300 user fee there. So he did purchase his commercial registration in 2021, but no other licenses, and did not purchase that user fee in that year.
I've had it since 2011.
And there's no real medical exceptions for, or there's no, the only exception is to, if there's a medical hardship that prevented you for this, then you're eligible to do that, but barring any sort of documentation like that, if you just didn't purchase it, then there isn't any exception to being able to purchase it again.
Okay. Make sure I had the last name, Mond?
Yeah, I'm Mond, M-A-U-N-D.
Okay,
He's
but
Miller.
the license was in whose
Robert
name?
Miller.
Robert Miller,
Yeah.
okay. And you're here on his behalf today?
Yeah, he's up north working,
Okay.
fishing.
So he had the license
Since 2011,
up through 2020.
yes.
Then 2021, for a variety of reasons, he didn't renew it, didn't pay the $300 fee.
Right.
And you're requesting that it be reissued in 2022.
I'm gonna pay it right now. I'll pay it 2 years, if I can.
Any questions for Mrs. Mond? Mr. Zedron?
I don't have a question, but I got a comment. I mean, and I'm a stickler. I mean, I don't know how long you've been listening to me for these 8 years, but, we got the rules for a certain reason. And, what we hear when we go out is, this is a regulated industry. And there are people in line that want to get their opportunity to participate in the industry. And then, so when somebody doesn't pay their user fee, that opens up a spot for somebody else. And so they want their spot. And that's what I hear when I go to Oceans East over there. And they say, well, I'll never get to be in the oyster industry or the crab industry or whatever it is, because you guys keep changing the rules for everybody. And so, and I used to have a commercial crabbing license in North Carolina for years. And then one day, they changed the rules to a limited industry, and the guy that I buy the license from, he didn't tell me that they could switch the application, so he sold me a recreational one, and I lost my commercial license. And that was just it. Is it if you don't meet the regulations, you don't meet the regulations. And that's my comment, is that we got to look at our industry. We got to look at the people who are on the list. We got to be fair to everybody.
Any other comments or questions? Andrew, again, how easy or likely is it for Mr. Miller to reapply and get a new, or pay a new user fee and get a license?
Without any regulatory changes right now, there really isn't an exception in this case to get that user fee. The only exception is basically documented medical hardship.
No, I'm sorry, maybe I didn't state the question correctly. If he were a new applicant.
Mm-hmm. Right now, there's approximately 700 and close to 800 user fees issued, and until that number gets below 600 per current regulation, there wouldn't be any new user fees issued.
Okay.
So we'd have to wait until that number and then enter a lottery.
A question for you.
Okay, Mr. Zedron.
So what happened to the license that he had that expired? Was that given to somebody else?
No, that just left the fishery entirely. So that was when that change was made. It was to limit the fishery to that 600 point. So that license goes away.
So it's less one.
Yeah.
Basically. Thank you for explaining that. Any other comments or questions? Ms. Mon, unless I see or hear from one of the commission members that they're willing to make a motion to grant this, I'm sorry. I will sort of call the question and see if anyone would like to make a motion to support the request. I'm sorry. Okay, anyone else here for public comment? Don't see anyone else except staff. Okay, Mr. Gear, it's fisheries time. We have a public hearing to amend our regulation pertaining to scup/porgy, excuse me.
Scup.
Just call it scup, okay.
Well, in regulation, it's scup porgy.
Porgy. Good afternoon, Alexa.
Good afternoon, Commissioner and members of the Commission. This is the public hearing for Chapter 4 VAC 20-910 pertaining to scup or porgy. Chapter 4 VAC 20-620 pertaining to summer flounder. Chapter 4 VAC 20-950 pertaining to black sea bass to establish the 2022 recreational management measures for these species. This presentation covers the next 3 public hearings on the agenda, so we will take each species at a time: scup, then summer flounder, then black sea bass. As you heard from Chief Gear at last month's commission meeting, VMRC is part of 2 interstate regional management organizations. There's the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, or ASMFC, who has management of state waters, and a specific board votes on their species. Under the ASMFC is a technical committee for those species with representatives from each state agency on the board who provide technical knowledge and conduct analyses. Then there's also the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council, who has management of federal waters. Under the council is a monitoring committee with representatives, again, from state agencies, and also the National Marine Fisheries Service, who review data and make recommendations for specifications and management measures. As Chief Geard mentioned, some species are jointly managed by both bodies. Summer flounder, scup, and black sea bass are 3 examples for those. So the council and ASMFC have to agree on like measures. So the Magnuson-Stevens Fisheries Conservation and Management Act requires recreational harvest be constrained to a recreational harvest limit. The RHL, or recreational harvest limit, is managed coast-wide. It's the recreational equivalent of a commercial quota, and like the commercial quota, if the coast exceeds the limit, reductions and/or paybacks would be required. So managers must set new management measures to constrain harvest if estimated to exceed the RHL, and may set new measures to liberalize harvest if estimated to fall short of the RHL. So first we're going to talk about scup. On the left is the estimate of coast-wide recreational harvest, and each year's RHL is on the right. The average harvest from 2018 to 2021, which stands in as a proxy for 2022, is 14.08 million pounds, which exceeds the 2022 RHL of 6.08 million pounds. And you can see that each year the RHL has been exceeded. The board and council voted to increase minimum size by 1 inch in state and federal waters, which reduces harvest by 33%. They felt 33% was appropriate despite being lower than the required 56% due to concerns of the socioeconomic impact of such a large cut. National Marine Fisheries Service is required to reduce harvest to the RHL and would have to alter federal measures or close federal waters to do so. And just in the last 2 weeks, the National Marine Fisheries Service did introduce a final rule for 2022, which would close federal waters to scup fishing in 2022. 90% of scup harvest in Virginia is from state waters, so this shouldn't have a big impact on our state fishery. So the current measures for scup are an 8-inch minimum size, a bag limit of 30 fish, and a year-round season. The new regulations would increase the minimum size to 9 inches and maintain the 30 fish bag limit and the year-round season. Here's an excerpt of the regulation, which appears on page 2 of the regulation. In section 30, minimum size limit states the minimum size of scup harvested by recreational fishing gear, including hook and line, rod and reel, spear, and gig, shall be 9 inches in total length. Staff recommends the Commission approve amendments to Chapter 4 VAC 20-910 pertaining to scup or porgy to establish the 2022 recreational management measures for this species. These measures were presented to the Finfish Management Advisory Committee on February 3rd and March 7th of this year, and no public comments have been received. I can take any questions.
Any questions for Alexa? Go ahead.
Do we want to take all motions at the end, or?
I thought the presentation was for all 3.
Do a motion.
Yep. Excuse me?
I believe we were going to do one motion at a time.
Sure. Okay, any questions for Alexa? Okay, we have a recommendation to approve the amendment pertaining to scup.
So moved.
Motion made by Mr. Minor. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Tankard. All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Any opposition? The proposal to amend the regulation is approved.
Thank you. So for the next 2 species, we're going to be talking about conservation equivalency. Conservation equivalency is a single set of coastwide measures can be replaced by a vote by state or region-specific measures. In regional conservation equivalency, states within a region propose consistent management measures. Staff calculates the measures needed to reduce harvest within that region by a given amount, by a methodology which must be approved by both the technical committee and the board. National Marine Fisheries Service has to agree that the proposed measures constrain coastwide harvest to the recreational harvest limit, and regional conservation equivalency is in use for summer flounder and black sea bass. How the conservation equivalency process works is the board and council suggest non-preferred coastwide measures and then vote to replace those measures with approved conservation equivalency proposals. If a state or region does not implement approved conservationally equivalent measures, they are required to implement precautionary default measures, which are restrictive enough to deter states from not choosing a conservation equivalency proposal. If a state does not implement an approved conservationally equivalent measure or precautionary default measures, ASMFC can declare them out of compliance, and if the U.S. Secretary of Commerce agrees with this ruling, the state could have their fishery shut down. So on the left again, we have the harvest estimates from 2018 through 2021 with an average harvest of 8 million pounds. The recreational harvest limit for 2022 is 10.36 million pounds. So a 33% increase could be allowed before reaching that RHL. The Board and Council wanted to be more conservative in light of the large variation in annual harvest under status quo measures, so they approved a 16.5 liberalization. And they also approved regional conservation equivalency, in which Virginia, Maryland, and Delaware will submit one proposal for consistent measures. So we have the current measures for Virginia on the left, 16.5-inch minimum size, a bag limit of 4 fish, and a year-round season. The proposed measures by the region would be to decrease the minimum size to 16 inches with a 4-fish bag limit and a year-round season. On page 7 of the regulation in section 50 for minimum size limits, states the minimum size of summer flounder harvested by recreational fishing gear, including hook and line, rod and reel, spear and gig, shall be 16 inches in total length. Staff recommends the Commission approve amendments Chapter 4 VAC 20-620 pertaining to summer flounder to establish the 2022 recreational management measures. These proposed measures were presented to the Finfish Management Advisory Committee on February 3rd and March 7th, and no public comments have been received.
Any questions for Alexis? Any questions? All right, I have a recommendation to amend the regulation pertaining to summer flounder. Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. France with the motion, Mr. Minor with the second. All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Chair also votes aye. Any opposition? The regulation change is approved.
Thank you. Moving on to black sea bass. Here we have the coastwide recreational harvest from 2018 to 2021, which was an average of 9.3 million pounds. You can see that the average exceeds the 2022 RHL of 6.34 million pounds, and indeed the coast has exceeded the RHL in each year from 2018 to 2021. A 28% reduction is required. Similar to SCUP, the National Marine Fisheries Service is required to reduce harvest to the recreational harvest limit and would have to alter federal measures or close federal waters to do so if the harvest reduction fell short. Virginia would feel a much greater impact of this than SCUP because over 80% of our recreational landings are from federal waters. So the Board and Council did vote to reduce coastwide harvest by the full 28%, which was then reduced to 20.7% at a meeting after further analysis by the technical committee said 20.7 would reach the recreational harvest limit. The Board and Council also approved conservation equivalency, so Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, and North Carolina would submit one proposal for consistent measures. So here's the kind of step down the conservation equivalency process. The non-preferred coastwide measures by Board and Council vote can be waived in favor of the conservation equivalency proposal, which in this case is a 13-inch minimum size limit, a 15-fish bag limit, and a season from May 15th to December 11th. If the state did not approve a conservation equivalency proposal, did not put that into place, they'd be required to follow the precautionary default measures, which would be a 16-inch minimum size limit, a 3-fish bag limit, and a season from June 24th to December 31st. If a state did not implement a conservationally equivalent proposal or the precautionary default measures, they could be found out of compliance and have the fishery shut down. At the February 3rd FMAC meeting, the technical committee had not yet completed the methodology for calculating required measures, so we didn't have actual options to show them. Instead, we asked FMAC and the public what their preferences would be in terms of reducing the bag limit or reducing the season, where would they be okay losing days from the season if required, how far they would want to reduce the bag limit, if at all. Once the methodology was available, staff worked with the other southern states to use FMAC's preferences and their own state preferences to develop options which would achieve the required reduction. For example, some members want to not reduce the bag limit, but we're okay losing days out of the season in December. Other members preferred reducing the bag limit in order to have more fishing days open. We made options that represented each of these preferences. Staff presented those options to FMAC in March. They approved 2 options for use, including the final option we're proposing, and voted to remove the third option, which had a lower bag limit. A member of the public suggested a 4th option for a split season, which FMAC voted as their preferred option. While the other southern states agreed to let the technical committee and board review the split season option, they were not for implementation due to it closing the most fishing days out of any of the other options. Instead, the region came to an agreement on the following option, which is one of the ones approved by FMAC. So the measures proposed by the southern region to achieve the required reduction are to increase the minimum size from 12.5 inches to 13 inches, maintain the 15 fish bag limit, and reduce the season by 20 days from ending December 31st to ending December 11th. Here are the sections from 4VAC 20-950. On page 2, section 30 for the minimum size limit states the minimum size of black sea bass harvested by recreational gear, including hook and line, rod and reel, spear and gig, shall be 13 inches in total length. And on page 3 of the regulation in section 45 for the recreational possession limits and seasons states the open recreational fishing season shall be from May 15th through December 11th. Staff recommends the Commission approve amendments Chapter 4 VAC 20-950 pertaining to black sea bass to establish the 2022 recreational management measures for this species. And no public comments have been received.
Thank you, Alexa. Any questions for staff? Any questions? Yes, Mr. Ballard.
What was the split season recommendation from FMAC, and is there any opportunity to pursue that further, or have we missed that opportunity?
We did make an agreement with the other states on these proposed measures, the 13-inch May 15th. The split season option, let me check the exact dates, would have been 13-inch minimum size limit, 15 fish bag limit, and a season from May 15th to May 31st, and then from July 9th to December 31st. That was the split season option. Because the earlier in the year has lower daily harvest limits, we would have to give up more days in order to reach the required reduction, which is why it would be a much larger closure than closing December.
Mr. Ballard.
And follow-up, is this the same fishery that we used to have a February fishery that we closed a few months ago, and there was complaints about? How does this tie into that decision?
So we closed the February fishery because at the time we didn't know what our 2022 measures would have to be. We didn't know how large a cut we would have to take from the regular season, and to open the February season would mean an even larger closure for the regular season. Staff is still interested in pursuing this for further years. So we're going to see some changes in regulations for 2023 based on some ongoing ASMFC actions. But I believe I'll be discussing with the monitoring committee later this year if NOAA is still interested in opening the February fishery for states that request it. And I know because it is a very popular fishery, we do hope to request it for further years.
Mr. Ballard.
Okay, and I think some of the feedback I got after the last meeting was that February fishery, whether it's the same amount of fish or not, but it was something that charter boat guys could do in February, whereas during these dates, there's plenty of fishing they can take people to go do. So if there is an opportunity to kind of work that into the equivalency measures, I'd be in favor of that. I think we have some charter captains that would as well.
Yeah, so it's not, obviously not something we can do for 2022,
Yeah.
but the measures will probably be different for 2023, and staff will look at including that February fishery as well.
Thank you.
Any further questions for staff? Thank you, Alexa.
Thank you.
So we have a proposal to amend, a recommendation to amend the regulation for black sea bass. Is there a motion to support that?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Minor, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Ballard. All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Chair votes aye as well. Any opposition? It's approved. Thank you, Alexa.
Thank you.
Thank you to everyone that's still here,
No.
especially Mr. Stagg with Shellfish for a complicated resolution to two complicated cases today. Thank you, guys. We'll see you next month.
Sounds good. Thank you.